Welcome, everyone, to another film club, number 2. And this we'll be diving into No Country for Old Men. And I'm joined, as usual, and hopefully for the foreseeable future, with Sandy Q and Jay from Nerd Takes. How are you two?
Doing great. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah. Now, before we start,
same here.
this is Jay's pick. So we're going to go, and I'm going to hand over and to delve in, because I did it probably at a lower school after you recommended it, then maybe rewatching it, maybe not. We'll have to see how that changes, but go ahead. Why No Country for Old Men?
Yeah, so this was one of my picks that I ranked at the highest possible. I guess to start, just for anybody who maybe hasn't seen the film, or just to be sure we give some kind of summary. Essentially, this movie and this story takes place in 1980s Texas, where we have the perspective of 3 different characters, and it's a very intertwined story between the 3 of them. One of which is Tommy Lee Jones playing Sheriff Ed Tom, who's a close to retirement sheriff down in this Texas area. The next is Josh Brolin, who plays a welder / hunter, kind of just your regular, average, everyday Texan who finds himself in the ultimate wrong place at the wrong time. And then third is Javier Bardem, who plays Antoine Chigurh, who is a hitman who's really more of a serial unaliver, in order to stay clean with YouTube here, who kind of just finds a job to do with his horrendous, horrific hobby that he, takes place in his personality. So the story itself, or the reason why I picked this movie, is because I find it to be just absolutely brilliant from just about every aspect of filmmaking. I think the story is very tight, very clean, very well written. The acting is absolutely phenomenal, especially on the parts of Tommy Lee Jones and Javier Bardem. And Josh Brolin does a good job as well. But those 2 specifically stand out to me in this movie. The dialogue is really just fantastic, especially some of Tommy Lee Jones stuff, but Javier Bardem's as well. Cinematography's beautiful in this movie, the way they film some of these shots and these scenes, the intensity of it, the pacing of it. I think just top to bottom, I really love this film.
Oh, that's a great summary. And
Yeah.
I'm going to put some notes up on the screen here, just to set the stage. This film is based on the book, No Country for Old Men, written by Cormac McCarthy. And Jay, you commented on how well written it is. It's well written, not down to the Coen brothers. It's well written because of Cormac McCarthy. And I'll point out a few elements of the dialogue that are lifted completely directly from the book that were just pretty amazing. The book was written in 2005. And the film was released in 2007. So think about that. There's only 2 years. I think it's 2005. So when I read the book, which I cannot recommend enough. I had watched the film years ago before reading the book. I wish I had read the book before watching the film the first time. I'm really glad I read it this time. I enjoyed it so much that not only did I buy the book, I bought a first edition. So I invested some money to get a first edition of this book.
Wow.
The dialogue that you see in the film is lifted straight out of this book. As you mentioned, adapted and directed by the Coen brothers. This is our second Coen brothers film.
Yeah, complete coincidence. Yeah.
Because we use the wheel of film. Complete coincidence. And you mentioned Josh Brolin, Javier Bardem, Tommy Lee Jones, also Kelly MacDonald and Woody Harrelson round out the main cast. I think as we go through the film, we're going to point out some just wonderful performances from everyone on this list, as well as a few other supporting characters. But the book released in 2005, the film in 2007, this book was recognized immediately.
I wonder if it was a producer gave it to the Coen brothers, or the Coen brothers, I've read this book, we need to do it straight away, because that's
good
turnaround to you actually think from the pre-production, getting the agreement in that we're going to do your book, and then having that straight into the release of 2007, that's literally, you've done that deal, bang, straight away. They must have realized, no, like, there was no argument by the author to go, yeah, you're having it. I like oh, you're doing here, throw some money at. But would this be in the back of the previous Coen brothers work? Probably, because as you said, everybody acts really well in it. And when their old first one, Miller's Crossing, everybody acts really well in it. But that's good casting, because the cast in this, I forgot how good the cast, because you got the main three, but everybody else, like Kelly MacDonald, like Woody Harrelson plays it really well. Like every other supporting one behind it, it's like everybody, like the I suppose, like his deputy, Tommy Lee Jones' deputy. It's
Wendell.
Yeah, like everybody just plays that up again. You're like, oh, I want to listen to what you say, and I think that's like, yeah, you've got parts, and we'll talk about this, but the dialogue on this is another Coen brothers film that is heavy dialogue. It joins in to be like the joy of actually listening to somebody having a conversation, and it has got that, ooh, I don't know sometimes what's going to happen next. So
I think they respected the writing and kept it as, you know, as original as possible. There are some places where it was sliced and diced. I was amazed. So I listened to the audiobook and then purchased the book. It's actually a short book. It's about 260 pages, which is relatively short for this story. And I will tell you, there are a few storylines that were removed from the book and not included in the film. So McCarthy is a very concise writer. He's dense. He puts a lot into the description of the landscape. You know, I could very easily see the Southwest Texas desert. But between that and the dialogue, you know, he's a very economical writer, I guess is the good word. He won the Pulitzer Prize for The Road, another film that actually I haven't seen in a long time, and I kind of don't remember it. So I do want to read The Road and then watch the film. I don't think it's on our list.
no,
but I will be.
I've watched
pursuing
it.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say about it. Yeah, I don't think that will go on this. Yeah. Anyway, let's
check out the book. So as we start talking about the film, I'm going to point out what was different in the book. This is a fiction, by the way. I just wanted to be clear about that. This is not based on a true story at all. This is complete fiction. I wondered about that when I first watched the film, if it was based on a, you know, or inspired by a true story. It's not at all. This is complete fiction. But I'll point out where there's some differences, and I do encourage everyone to read the book.
Yeah. I like this movie because if you had watched probably one or two Coen brothers movies and nobody told you who directed this movie, you would know it was Coen brothers.
Yep. It's so in their style.
Yeah. It has their kind of look, their shots. It has that the ending, like love in their movies. That kind of like that, just the beauty of slow shots that is missed this day. It's like that, and then the suspense. I think this is very, very good. But go on, Jay, kick us off.
So for me, honestly, the movie starts off with a bang in terms of its gripping, kind of gets you right into what's going on, because it opens up with just some really nice shots, cinematography wise, of the landscape of this Southwest Texas area. The actual town that they're in, that Tommy Lee Jones' character is a sheriff of, is slipping my mind at the moment, but you know, it's right along the border and all that. So you get some really nice shots, and there's this opening dialogue of Tommy Lee Jones just kind of discussing the way crime has changed in, you know, that area. But you know, it's a kind of a bit of a look at kind of crime as a whole throughout the country. But more so specifically with the you know, cartels and things like that we're now starting to deal with on that Mexican border. You hear him talk a little bit about the sheriffs of the past, where he kind of describes how some of them even used to go around with no weapons, you know, not armed at all, because, you know, it was a different time, and how as it's approached his time to be sheriff, where you know, he's seen some horrific things. He opens up with a little bit of a story about a person he had put away for I believe he had made the arrest, and as he says, brought him to the chair because he had murdered a young girl. and the conversation he had with that individual he had arrested who went down for the murder was something along the lines of the guy just saying basically, you know, I think he says the news or the media had reported it as a crime of passion, and the guy had told him, he's like, there was no passion in this at all. He's like, this is something I was just planning to do. And if you let me out, I'm going to do it again, type of thing. So it really sets the stage of, you know, considering going from those times of the old sheriffs who walked around unarmed because there just wasn't that kind of crime around there, to now you're seeing this development of just these sickening, horrific crimes for no reason at all, which seems to really be playing a heavy role on Tommy Lee's character as he's getting older, which I think that's kind of where we get the title No Country for Old Men, is where, you know, a man of a previous time is having difficulty recognizing the world that he's living in now, especially being a sheriff who's tasked with trying to stop crime and things like that. And then as that dialogue is happening, we start to get introduced to Javier Bardem's character, Anton, who, I mean, right out of the gate shows you exactly how sociopathic and sick in the head he is, and how just violent and cold, and his complete, you know, disconnection with any humanity that would be left inside of him is shown right from the first scene. You know, he gets arrested by some random cop from some random area in that spot. I don't think it really defines. I don't think the cop was related to the department that Tommy Lee Jones's character in. It seems like it
He
might have
knew him.
Yeah,
because he knew all the people in all the small towns, so he knew
Exactly.
of him.
Yep, and that you get the idea from his opening monologue, where he's naming all these previous sheriffs and how they all knew one another, and how he was proud to have been a sheriff at the age of 25. At the same time, his father was a sheriff. So there's a whole lot of just like small Texas town kind of community in there. And right out of the gate, we get that scene where, you know, Javier Bardem's in the precinct. The other cop is kind of calling it in and saying, you know, I imagine a higher ranking officer, where he's like, yeah, you know, you'll see all of it. He's got this weird device with them. He thinks it's an oxygen tank, things like that. Really just a tank of compressed air. And, you know, as soon as he hangs up the phone with that cop, boom, we get Javier Bardem just showing off exactly what his character is. And it's just a chilling scene.
Oh, it's all the expression on his face. It's just literally, it's like, like that. There's a kind of grits of the teeth a couple of times, but the rest of that is just like, I'm just going through the motions here. You're gonna die. It's literally that whole thing, and you're like, oh, and he's like, get to the point where I like it because you think it's the cop's blood when they get the blood, and then you actually know it's before, because he's wearing handcuffs still, and then he kind of washes it off, and then you're like, oh, that's because of the damage you've just done to kind of get out of the situation.
And there's a subtle little part in that too, where you know, I think we can just basically describe the scene, right, spoiler wise, in terms of
we are in full spoilers from the beginning of this episode. We have to be. Yeah,
I think you have to in order to properly discuss these. And fair enough, it's, you know, almost 20 years old at this time, so if you haven't seen it yet, you might want to. But so what happens there, what Stasis is describing, is Javier Bardem's character is in handcuffs at this point. Obviously, he had just been arrested, and as the cop who and I thought this was a clever little bit of writing, because you notice it's when the cop, I mean, he is planning to do something to this cop as he's on the phone the whole time, but the cop gives that little bit of like, yeah, when you get here type of thing. So it kind of gives the clear that there's nobody else in the police station with them, because he's, you know, referencing to the other officer. When you get here, you'll see everything. So at that point, Javier Bardem's character comes up, sneaks up behind him, and uses the chain of the handcuffs to essentially, you know, choke the guy to death. And while he's in that scene on the floor, you know, they fall backwards. The guy's on top of Javier Bardem, and he's just, like Stasis said, as calm as one's face could be, just kind of a little bit of like grunting from fighting with it, but very calm, cold looking face, you know, continues to strangle the guy. And then there's this little part where eventually the chain of the handcuffs does finally kind of rupture the skin of the cop, and a little bit of blood squirts out. And as that happens, Javier Bardem's character kind of looks backwards a little bit to avoid it. And you see the ever so slight little smirk of like, my job, like the job's almost done. Like, and it's gruesome, and it's just this chilling scene. And then he goes to the bathroom to wash up, and you notice, oh man, not only was he not reacting to what he was doing, the pain of which the handcuffs must have been causing his wrist, because you see them all, you know, cut up and all that. He's just like not acknowledging it all, just casually goes into the bathroom, washes it off. It's just, it really sets the tone for how sociopathic and psychotic his character really is.
But at that point, I like it because you don't know why he's really in the movie.
Right.
It's like that. You just, what's going on with this character? And then I like that because it is like a triangle. This is a triangle of plays. Let's say that's why I like it. That's it, because you have like kind of this. They're all connected, but they're all interconnected by one person's actions, and it's not the actions they kind of did. Everything is like misfortune. It's
Right.
like that.
And that's a perfect way to put it, because it's not necessarily, you would think they kind of pivot around the actions of just Javier Bardem's character, but it's not. They all kind of go around the actions of, especially Javier, Tommy Lee Jones, of each other. It's the different things each one does that kind of gets the other one tied into it a little bit more. It's not just this idea that Javier Bardem's the obvious bad guy and, you know, everything's kind of revolving around his actions. There's a lot that, you know, Llewyn Moss, Josh Brolin's character, does. Some of the conversations Tommy Lee Jones' character has, and his detective work with his guy Wendell, that everything kind of just plays off each other versus having this kind of central part where everything's revolving around it, which was just really, really well done.
It is, to your point about the moment when he realizes he's quote done his job and strangled the cop. You'll see in different scenes where Sugar is seriously injured. He treats it more of an annoyance than pain, as a hindrance, as an annoyance. And really and truly, the only time you see any expression on his face, you don't see anger, you definitely don't see happiness, you see annoyance.
And it's like, I'm being delayed. I'm being delayed.
Exactly. You see it when, you know, and you see him kind of roll his eyes in the next set of scenes when he's escaped from the police precinct and he ends up at a store or some gas station.
Oh, brilliant.
And the gentleman is he's asking questions, and the gentleman's very uncomfortable, and he says, "Time to close now." "What time do you close?" "We close now."
When do you
"Well,
normally
what do you
close?
mean now? What time do you close?" "We close at dark." "Well, it's not dark." And every answer that the gentleman at the store gives him just kind of annoys Sugar. And I did mark a few quotes in the book, if you'll allow me. I just wanted to read how the language in the book was reflected in the film. But with this gentleman in the store, he says, he pulls out the coin and he says, "Call it." And he says, I need to know what it is we're calling here, sir. You need to call it. I can't call it for you. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be right. Just call it. I don't know what we're calling it for. I didn't put nothing up. Yes, you did. You've been putting it up your whole life. You just didn't know it. I need to know what we're calling it for. What do I win? Everything. You stand to win everything, Sugar said. You ain't making any sense, mister. Call it. That is nearly word for word from the film, and I love that scene.
I think it's one of my favorite in the entire movie, Sandy. It's so good. One, the dialogue. Two, you're really starting to get just even that much more of a sense of Anton Chigurh's character and all that. But I love how it plays off of and you see this a few times and I think Stasis mentioned, one of you both mentioned how it's not just the three main characters who do a great acting job, or even Kelly MacDonald or some of the Woody Harrelson, some of the other side characters. It's even these characters in small roles who do such a good job at portraying the Southern hospitality vibe of people down south, because it is such a real thing in in southern states, where it's just that, as being from the Northeast, I can speak to it a bit, because here there's not a ton of always, you go into a gas station or store, it's very matter of fact. What'd you purchase? Give me the price, move on, make your payment, let's go. Whereas down there is that bit of just like happy smile. Hey, how are you?
Small talk.
Heard there's weather. Right. It's just that Southern hospitality. So to see his sociopathic character have such a hard time letting
it's like
go.
that. He picks up like some kind of candy, doesn't he?
Or some
he's like, how much? 69 cents. Right. And he starts to eat them, doesn't he? And then that's when he kind of plays off like, I just want to pay and get the fuel and
exactly
get out of it. The guy kind of wants to go down. So then he's like, I love the bit when he starts to dig about, have you like, who owns this? He's going, it's like, so it's my wife. So you married into it. And it kind of like, I'm pissed off for you. So this is like, what have you done? Yeah. And then he goes in the back. Well, no, we used to live out in the back, and it's like that. And then it kind of double questioning by questioning. He's achievements in life, and you like, I'm getting more awkward, and then like, and it's good because you know this guy's at any moment he could just kill him. That's it,
Right.
done, dusted. But at that point, you're like, oh, it's getting a bit awkward. I'm feeling a bit awkward. Then him to give the kind of the choice, call it, and he just like that, and then he gets pissed off with, oh, please, literally just do it, and he's just like funny, and then yeah, of course he does. But yeah, it's
and it almost feels like if that guy didn't spark up that, chit chat conversation, it would have just been that transaction of, what do I owe you? I'm walking out the door. But it's like that idea of the humanity in the gas teller or the cashier, whatever, or owner, I guess in that case. The idea that he again annoyed him by disrupting his flow, but also just that annoyance of the humanity in others just set him off to the point where it's like, well, now you're up. Now your life's on the line too, buddy. And like you said, the way he goes through that. First of all, I love the use of friendo. Whenever he says friendo in that scene, because it's so sarcastic and it's so it's just not a common thing. I did not expect that kind of like level of sarcasm out of the Anton character. But then he goes on and yes, it's that part where he's talking about how he married into it. And he's like, the gas teller is trying to explain it away. He's like, well, we lived in El Paso for X amount of time. Then we moved down here. Father-in-law died. We took over the business. So he's like, yeah. So he's like, so you married it into it. And he's like, well, if that's what you want to call it. And you can see, Anton's character getting more and more at where he's just like, not what I want to call it. That's what it is. It's just such a brilliant bit.
Yeah, if you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation, isn't it? Right. But I'm getting pissed off with the conversation.
and then I found that that little coin flip that he does with him, very Harvey Dent-esque, is in a way that the only little shred of humanity he's willing to leave himself, as an individual, because anybody else in the movie he kills without thinking twice when it comes to the objective that he's going into or trying to figure out, with the guys in the motel, all that stuff. He's just off. Even the, we'll talk about it in a little bit, but the hotel clerk that comes on later on, who he obviously kills to get to Josh Brolin's character and all that. He's very like decisive. It's a matter of, if you're in my way, you're out. I'm killing you type of thing. But in that scene, he decides, well, at the very least I can offer you is a 50-50 chance. So call it. So it's like that last little tiny shred of humanity he's even willing to have for somebody who's innocent. Because you saw it with the scene just before that when he steals the car that he is going to get gas for. He's got no humanity for that guy. He asks him to step out and uses the cattle, device there, because that guy's car is what he needed to get the job done. So it's everything that's task oriented in terms of what he needs to get done. You have no sympathy from him whatsoever. But this one guy who kind of unfortunately walked himself into being, in the guy's in Anton's crosshairs. He decided, well, I'll give you at least a coin flip's chance at making out of this alive, which I thought was an interesting little shred of humanity to kind of leave.
But I think he did it because it delayed him. I really do. I think it did. It literally, I could be on the road right now if you just took the money and you just kept your mouth quiet and didn't look at me. But you wanted to kind of instigate a conversation with me, and that's now pissed me off because I don't want to talk to you because it's not in my next task. And that's it. It's like, even though he's a psychopath, if you want to call him that, is like he's very structured of like, no, I'm going A to B. Anything else in the way is what I need to do.
Right.
But if the deviation of that, wow, that's when it kind of goes, oh, not going to have it. But
I also think, as you kind of try to figure out who Sugar is and what he's doing and why, beyond that absolute, serial something, he has his own morality that he sticks to. And part of that morality may be that he knows he's going into a fight or a confrontation where he is in the position of power. He's got this weapon. He's this big, tall guy. So maybe it's his way of some level playing field with his opponent, with this poor guy. So, well, obviously this little guy in a gas station is no match for, Javier Bardem with this horrible weapon, but I'm going to make it, quote, fair. I'm going to toss a coin. Now I'm going to stick to, the coin toss. He is not going to deviate. And we'll see later another exchange that I've bookmarked that I'll read out that goes a little differently. And he explains a little more about, what the coin toss is and kind of what his morality is. But But again, the writing here translated into the film with the setting, the way the scene is shot, going back and forth between the two. These are little short bits of dialogue, by the way. So these aren't long speeches. Very sparse dialogue that tells just such a rich story here, and you'll see that throughout the film.
But I think this is what these film has. There's like the really short scenes that are really good. They're not pivotal to the story, because if they took that scene out, the story would still move on, but the scene is good, so they kept it in. And that's what I think. It kind of just gives that kind of that backstory, that kind of all insight of every character. So when you get it like with Tommy Lee's character just talking about the past, this like the just it because he's coming up retirement, so he just needs to kind of hold on a little bit. And then of course you got Josh Brolin's character is like, how that all instigates by kind of, I think he misses the deer, and I think that's how it kind of that's the next bit, isn't it? Like he's kind of wherever he's hunting, and
antelope.
Antelope was it? Antelope. And like literally crosshairs, got him in his sights, and then pulls the trigger, and it's like, oh, did he miss? And then he kind of gets down there, and then there's a bit of blood splatter, but it's going the wrong way for where his deal was. And I love that is like he looks up, gets his like, what's going on here? Binoculars out. Oh, it's a dog. What's going on there? So he looks the other way, and then of course we get the next kind of really good scene. I like this because like the what is there, 6 kind of vehicles,
something like that, a little circle of like a caravan's worth of vehicles. There's 4, 5, 6 of them circled up.
And he kind of, I like it because when you first kind of when the shots first see, you can't really see the bodies, let's say that, and it's that kind of creeping of what he does. He's kind of stalking his prey, but for a completely different reason. He's doing it to kind of survive at that point, and he's going through to the cars. And it's blatantly, after a while, you see some Uzis on the floor, a couple of machine guns, a couple of pistols, and then you realize, oh, something's seriously gone wrong here. And it's great. And then I think it's he kind of scouts it, realizes it's all clear, except for one of the doors is still closed of the vehicles, opens it up. And there's a, I suppose, South American or Central American that is being kind of cut down, kind of half bleeding out, and he just wants aqua, isn't he? Keeps on saying. So it's like that, and he's like,
agua por Dios, like please, dear God, water.
Right. It's his final, like, just please give me water.
But I like that. It's again, he's got a really small scene, that guy, but he's very impactful because you're like, just give him some water for God. But then that plays on later.
Exactly.
Well, so
it's such a catalyst to the plot too, where again, it's very Coen Brothers-esque, where like you don't really see it, and maybe this has to do with the writing of the book as well. And if so, then it's just a great adaptation of it from the Coen Brothers. But it's such a scene of like, one thing I liked about this entire scene, like Stacey said, he misses the deer and he's kind of trailing that deer's blood. So he's using his hunting skills, and then he notices, there's a splash of it going the other way. He sees the dog. He kind of looks back the other way too to be like, do I follow this or do I just continue looking for the deer? And then his instincts, for whatever reason or another, say, I'm going to follow this and see. So that leads him to this, circle up of cars and all that, or trucks rather. And even as he's going down there, he's really like assessing the whole situation. So he's using his hunting and just logic skills, which goes to kind of set up his character as, because nobody else in this movie, outside of maybe Tommy Lee Jones's character, nobody else is really a match or even close to being in the realm of Javier Bardem's character in terms of his skill sets, his motives, and how he kind of approaches his thing. But it almost gives Josh a bit of something to be like, oh, I can see how this guy avoided, is able to avoid. But then it
kind of sets up because later on, I can't remember who asks. It's the guy, quickly skipping forward, the border control guy saying, well, you're coming back. And then he kind of mentions he's in Vietnam. So when this period's supposed to be set, I'm not sure. So that kind of instigates that he had 2 tours in Vietnam. So he knows how to kind of knows, like, I suppose, street smarts. Let's put it like that, kind of in a way. He knows,
survival smarts, the whole thing. Right.
He knows what to look out for, that looks a bit fishy. Oh, that doesn't smell so good. Need to move on. And that's, so I think that whole scene, and then it plays out like the development of the characters early, and then the little snippets, you go, you kind of get that. Because anybody else, I'm guessing a normal hunter, how it alludes further on, they're not going to be as smart as Josh Brolin's character.
And the stuff about him having done 2 tours of Nam is a great point too, because most people, even your average, well, say you're above average hunter skill wise, he's going to see that scenario and probably avoid it. Once you start seeing those dead bodies, you're just backing up, you're getting out of there, you're calling the cops. There's something that says, and part of you wonders why Josh Brolin character continues to look more and more into this. And I think part of that is because of his time in Nam, having seen some horrible things. It changes his perspective, where he's less scared upon walking into a scene like that, and more just like, well, then I'm going to figure out exactly what's going on here. So again, that it comes in a little later on when you find out he was in Nam, but it gives you that kind of like, oh, okay. So that makes, again, just another little layer of why this character's been on the path that he's been on this entire time.
It does. And when talking about his hunting and survival skills, and with some things that will happen later, there's this underlying theme of the old way of doing things, calm, peaceful life, pleasant living, small towns, having basic skills, primitive skills, versus what's changed, the drug wars coming in. And later we'll see technology versus those hunters, survival skills. But that thread of things have really changed, and how can we survive?
It
And
was
I
a very
think
sorry,
that,
just a bit. There was a that is figured like as a non. From the United States, there was so many of like these little towns are being destroyed. These little ways of life are being destroyed. There's this scene when he goes into the shop and he buys. I'm going to call them what they are, like for the normal, it's like cowboy boots, doesn't he? But he calls them what they are, and then they're just like that. And then there's a little bit afterwards. But that little checks of everybody kind of knows. Kind of everybody's like friendly. Everybody knows they're kind of what they're doing in place. But like the whole, it's kind of with Tommy Lee's character, like how he goes, and it's literally, the way of life is changing. How are we going to change with it? Because I'm guessing it's supposed to be early 80s. It's supposed to be set in. I'm guessing because of the time it's supposed to be.
Yep. So I believe it's 1980, because in the scene with the gas station, Javier Bardem's character Anton puts the coin down and he says, which I also thought this was a brilliant little bit of dialogue as well, was he says, do you know what the year on this coin is? And he says, obviously the guy says no. And Anton says it's 1958. This coin has been traveling 22 years to get to this spot. Kind of having his whole, so I figured 1980 at that point.
Yeah.
So it's again, but it also goes to look at this just bizarre way that Anton's character looks at the world, which is like this to a degree, and you see it with that coin flip. To a degree, part of what he looks at is the world through the eyes of fate. Like this coin was made, crafted, printed one day. It's traveled 22 years to get to this spot, which, does the coin have a purpose? Of course not. It's an inanimate object. But in his view of the world, it's like, yes, it may seem like an irrelevant coin to you, but the way I see it is this coin was made in existence to one day tell whether or not you're going to live or not. And you just never knew it. And that kind of goes on to his dialogue of, you've been putting it up your whole life, you just didn't know it, type of thing, where he's just got this bizarre kind of, I don't know if existential view is the way I want to put it, but just this kind of like fate universal, just a very bizarre way of looking at the world that I think adds to, just his character's sociopathic, psychopathic nature.
I think he thinks he's not at fault, but he's an instrument of fate.
Yep, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah,
he's executing fate, carrying out fate, but it's not his decision. It's the coin, or it's a boss, in with respect to the thing that's going to happen. But yeah, he's not at fault.
Right.
He's just an instrument of fate, which I kind of like that. I really like that as a story device.
Yeah. And it's such an interesting concept too, because again, it shows his disconnection with his own humanity.
Exactly.
He just, like you said, he's just an instrument of what he perceives to be fate, which is, and then you hear some of these lines and you're like, damn, that's a kind of interesting way to view it. Obviously he's applying it to a sociopathic way, but to even think that, in the world of our lives and the way things happen, it's like, how many times has something happened in your life and you're just like, oh, if this one little thing went differently, that wouldn't have happened. So it's just like an interesting exploration of that kind of way of thinking.
Now, with respect to this scene, before we leave the first visit to the scene in the desert, because kind of strikes me that it takes so many days to clean up this scene in the desert. because so many people visit it. Again, I wish I had read the book before seeing the film the first time, because when I read the book, I had such a detailed, view of every part of this scene in particular, because the book is meticulous
Mhm.
about describing every
Mm.
step that Llewellyn takes from car to car, from person to person, and then how he notices what's on the ground, counting the shell casings, counting the weapons, and quickly figuring out, again, probably using his skill from the army, quickly figuring out, well, there had to be a last man standing.
Right.
And
Mhm.
whatever it is that they were fighting for, and by the way, he does pull the tarp back on one of the cars. In the book, it's a van,
Okay.
and he opens the door of the van, and all the drugs are in the van. But he quickly figures out the direction that the person had to go in, because again,
Mhm.
another blood trail. Um, Presumably in his mind, I think he already knows it's money, and
Mhm.
he's going along the way. But in the book, the description was so amazing, and then to see in the film, I actually think the description of the book was even more detailed than what you saw in the film, because like I said, every step he took was detailed, because later when he goes back, he retraces every step,
Mhm.
and in order, because uh, I won't go there quite yet, but he knows he's in danger, but he does it anyway.
Right.
Um, but I'll pass it back to you as he finds the last man standing, and well, he's the last man sitting.
Right. Which is, I think, another great little scene too. Again, it shows his patience as a hunter. It shows what he's learned from, his time at war. He's walking down the trail where he figures, well, if you're gonna come out, if you're gonna leave this area, you're gonna leave the same way you came in, because that's the way you're not gonna go wandering around in the desert. So, he starts tracing the car trails back towards where they were seemingly coming from. Um, and as he's like halfway through, he realizes, like, from him wiping the sweat off his own brow, he's like, all right, well, if you're going to go anywhere in this area, if actually, no, the first thing he says is, I could be a dumbass or something if he's posted up and now is now looking back to cover his trail, meaning that, if this guy, whoever ran away, is now covering his tracks, at least looking at them, there's a good chance he catches a shot just from following them. So then he quickly pivots to the idea of, but if you're taking a place to rest, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be under some shade. So he continues to try to find, down the path and try to find the one area of shade in this whole desert area, which happens to be 2 trees. So from a distance, he pulls out his binoculars, he takes a look, and he can see the legs of the gentleman sitting up against the tree. And then that's when he pulls his watch out. Again, that patience of a hunter, patience of somebody who kind of has been to war and seen some horrible things, especially, when you're considering Nam having been a war where we were we being America was just very out of its element. They had never dealt with jungle warfare. He knows, all right, you have to have extreme patience and caution when
I love that.
approaching these
I
situations.
love that bit. I did
Right.
with being ex-military. Just that whole,
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm going to sit down. Yeah, I'm going to time this, and he's just looking. He's just waiting.
Just for
If
a
I see,
twitch and anything.
if I see a hair like whisper, that's it. I'm
Yep.
not going to go in and change my tactics. But like
Oh,
that
it's
whole,
brilliant.
yeah, I loved it. I do like that. It's just like that little. It's just that little scene, that little bit that you go, ooh, clever.
Yep.
And it's just like, yeah, it moves on. Yeah, but
It
And
makes you think,
Mm.
you see this scene, and then you see some choices he makes later, which are absolutely stupid,
mhm.
versus
Especially, yeah.
the mind of Sugar.
Mhm.
Sugar's never going to make a stupid decision.
He does not deviate, and it goes to
He,
show that
yep.
that psychotic nature of him is like he will not. I mean, I think there'll be. I think we're probably thinking of the same part where we will have a great example of that later on in terms of Josh Brolin's character. But yeah, no, it's perfect. So, and that's what goes to show you that there are bits and pieces of this story that they want to set up to say, yes, Josh Brolin's character is Llewellyn is formidable for Anton. Is he a match? Not quite, but he is formidable. There's a reason he lasts longer than anybody else who's been in Anton's path.
But he's human.
Right, exactly.
Llewellyn is
He's
human.
Yep.
What is Sugar? Is he human?
Right.
He's not. It's not normal. And that's where you see the difference in their calculus, in their decision making throughout the entire film. And you'll also see, the people who can influence, who can influence Llewellyn and his decision making, who can influence Sugar and his decision making. Well, there's, you know, the boss, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens to the boss. But I agree. I like that one little scene pulling out the I knew exactly, you know, even reading the book, I was like, oh, that's brilliant. That's just so brilliant to put that one little scene right here.
And that's the thing. And it's like Stacey said, there's so many brilliant little scenes, little things like that. It's very Coen Brothers-esque. Now, again, not sure, because it sounds like they've kind of one for one the book quite a bit. So if it's not, so even if it's a Cormac McCarthy kind of bit of writing there, it's still such a good job by the Coens to adapt it so well and so close to, you know, what it should be, because that's a brilliant little bit to put in, and it plays really well with that scene. And one thing too about kind of some of these sections, you know, the bouncing between these scenes, I think this is something we touched on it when it comes to dialogue. There's so many scenes with no dialogue. Like this one is mostly no dialogue. You're just watching the actions of Josh Brolin's character as he's kind of assessing the situation, following the trail. But then it bounced, and that was right off the heels. I think it was right off the heels of the gas station scene. I want to say that came right before it. It's either right before it or right after, where you'll have these stretches of very little dialogue, and it's just pure acting and figuring out the actions going on. And then it bounces to just a scene full of brilliant dialogue. So that back and forth between it was just so well done throughout the whole movie.
I think the Coen brothers are known for that. That kind of like when there's a, I suppose it's getting to the next scene, but they got hardly any dialogue. They just want to show you what the movement is of that character. They're good at that shot. Those shots of like when he's moving, like even like with the vehicles, that shot of him doing that. There's nothing happening. He's just walking up to it. You know something's gone wrong, but how they shoot it, it makes it more suspenseful. It makes it go, ooh, I want to find out what actually is going on here. Because like how they pan back the scene to like you can just see the cars, then it's down to him looking back, looking, and it's like that, like kind of, oh, I'm seeing it kind of through his perspective, not here's the scene, there's loads of mess, let's move on. It's literally, no, this is the character, you need to see it through their eyes, but you don't see it directly, you see it the way they're looking through through past the camera, I suppose. And that's great Coen brothers like film telling.
Yeah, absolutely. And to piggyback on that a bit, it's there's no exposition dumps or things like that either. Like the only little bit of talking out loud to himself you hear is that one little bit about trying to find shade, which is kind of a reasonable one, because I think we all do a little bit of talking to ourselves at points while we're trying to figure things out in our own lives. So it's not like it felt too much like an exposition dump, but especially in that scene when he's surveying the trucks and essentially trying to figure out what happened, there's not a ton of him talking to himself of, oh, well, it looks like this must have been a drug deal gone wrong. You know, they allow you to figure it out the same way he's figuring out, by walking through, seeing the different things gone wrong, peeling back the top in the back of the truck, finding the drugs. Now everybody's coming together at the same time, realizing the same time Llewellyn is that this was obviously a drug deal gone wrong, not just some other kind of conflict. They do a great job of explaining without those expositions they kind of beat you over the head with it.
They get to the point, the Coen brothers, and they do that a lot in other movies. Is like, if you're watching our movies, you're not dumb. We don't have to. We do not have to like spoon feed you every little scene, because it will work out, and you can work it out yourself. Or if it's not told, you're kind of gonna get it yourself. You're gonna get there in the end. I like that. I like that kind of storytelling.
I really appreciate that.
I don't need to be told. It was obvious. Come on, move on. It's like that. You get that a lot these days. That is like this over elaborate like dialogue that's not needed of like within storytelling. It's like, oh bloody hell, yeah, we already knew, we already just saw it on TV. Like, you do not have to explain what I've already seen. But that, it's like under explained, but you're still visually explaining it, and that's great. It's great storytelling.
And it's hard not to understand what's going on. You know, if you're paying attention, at least it's hard not to understand what's going on there. And that's what I think is so brilliant about the way that they do that. Because you're right. You see a lot of movies, especially nowadays, over explaining to the point where it's like, dude, I get it. And the worst offenses of those are when the movie's not that particularly clever either. Like, not to sidetrack, but there's an example of it in Madam Web, which I unfortunately watched this year, where they're going through this kind of thing that I think in their mind, they thought it was this super clever plot reveal or something. And she's like legitimately talking out loud to a cat that's in her apartment, trying to like basically do the exposition dump. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, one, did you think we were that stupid that we didn't know what was going on as an audience? And two, did you really think an exposition dump of talking to a cat was the best way to do this if you were gonna?
It's so lazy.
Right. So you see so much of it in movies these days that when you go back to a movie like this, you're just so appreciative of the fact that, yes, these directors knew the audience was smart enough to get this. And they did it in such a way that it would be almost impossible to not really understand what was going on in that scene.
Mm-hmm. So he finds what the last man standing was carrying.
Yep. Yep. He finds the briefcase full of, I believe later on we find it out to be, he makes a reference to being, to his wife. Shoot, her name is slipping my mind at the moment, but
Carla Jean.
I was gonna say Barbara Jean. I think that's from Reba, the old Reba show. Yes, Carla
Jean.
Yeah, he at some point he makes a reference to her saying, like, at what end would you stop looking for your $2 million? So I want to say that he's counted it to some degree and found out it's $2 million. However, I can't quite say that because I feel like if he counted it, he would have found the device that's in it that we'll get to a little later on. So I think he's just taking some shot in the dark at how much money is in there, but it's a significant amount of money. Obviously, it was tied to a big, drug deal and all that.
I also think there might have been a little double cross in there. So I'll reference it later when he does go through it.
Oh, okay.
Where there may or may not have been $2 million in that case. So he's got it. He makes his way back to he's grabbing a few guns along the way. He's got it. He makes his way back to his car, and in the book, it's like, wow, this guy's covered 25 miles in a day. Makes his way back home. He's calm.
Yeah,
he knows what's happened. Again, maybe it's that experience in Vietnam. He's calm. He knows his life could be different. Obviously, he and Carla Jean could maybe stop living in the trailer. They have a possibly a brighter future ahead, but this is serious stuff.
Right.
Like, this is serious stuff he's gotten into.
And the contrast between his reaction to Carla Jean's reaction to it, you can tell that he's definitely, this is a guy who's seen some shit. And actually, one thing, Sandy, you just touched on that again is just there's so many little details to this movie that I love. You just touched on it too, where he's collecting the guns at that scene. He takes the smaller SMG style gun. I don't know exactly which one it was, what type it is. But he takes it from the guy he finds in the car asking for water, in the truck rather, asking for water. And he takes the extra clip and all that or extra magazine rather, because he knows he's about to go hunt down that last guy. And if for whatever reason this is how I interpret it at least, if for whatever reason he has to take that guy out, he's not going to use his hunting rifle because that would be traced back to him. He's going to use one of the guns that would have been traced back to that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
So that's why.
Yep.
So it was really clever for him to actually take that weapon because he knows there's a guy out there, because he takes it right as he's asking about that last guy. So he knows there's one more guy out there. And if by chance he's alive, I'm not using my own weapon to take him out because that's, direct link back to me. I'm going to use one of the guns that's already part of this whole crime scene. So again, another brilliant little detail there where this guy has the capability to maybe not go toe to toe with Anton's character, because they've already set up Anton's character to be an absolute menace at this point. But it gives you the idea that, okay, as the story's going on, I can see how this guy continues to survive and work through this whole story.
Now he goes to sleep.
Yep.
And he makes a bad decision here. But a decision which I think would not have changed the story. So we'll go through the story, and then at the end, I'm going to say why this decision would not have changed the ending.
No, probably wouldn't have done. No, it probably wouldn't have done. But yeah, I do like how we like that the scene previous, like we said about Aqua. It's just literally, I can't sleep. That whole the death. Yeah, he knows. The guy's probably a drug dealer or whatever. He's probably not a nice person, but that kind of leaving him out there to kind of bleed out, all he wanted was that last sip of water.
But I took it differently.
Did you? Oh, go on.
I took it differently, and it was written the same way in the book. He gets up, and Carla Jean says, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Something I forgot to do." And he goes out there with the jug of water, yes, but I thought when he meant, or he says something, I have to page through the book and find it, something I've left undone, something to that effect.
Mhm.
And I thought he meant, oh, he left him alive. He's got to
Ah,
kill him.
Oh, interesting.
And I thought it was one drink of water before I kill you, because you could
Interesting.
be alive and then you'll tell whomever that I was here.
I hadn't considered it like that. That does make a
no,
lot of sense. See, I
yeah.
took it more like stasis because you have that spot where he's kind of just laying in his bed and, you know, you don't hear any of it. Again, another great exclusion of an exposition dump where
Mm.
you don't hear any of the thoughts going on in his head. You can just see that something's keeping him up. And he just says a smaller line of like, yep, all right. Meaning like he's had this internal kind of back and forth with himself. And he's finally made the decision of, yep, all right, I got to go back. I took it as, you know, to give the guy one last sip of water. I never considered it from that perspective, Cindy, and that would
see. I
kind
kind of got it because he as well. When you find out later on he's ex-military, literally playing it and watching it again, that kind of made more sense. That even though I don't know him, he might be a nasty guy. Like most people in the military, even if you had shot him and they want water, you would actually, you know, you're dying, you're dead. Like he would know by the guy's wounds. More than likely, there's no point of even trying to patch you up, but giving you that water and literally, you know, sitting by while you die, that's kind of played on his mind, and that's what I believed it was kind of from his like military, just kind of like you're screwed. I knew you were screwed, and all you was asking for was water and just somebody to sit next to you. So
yeah, in the book it's where you going? Something I forgot to do. I'll be back.
But then that could be either way, couldn't it? That could be just water or that. So yeah, that is good. Again, good storytelling. Yeah. It's like
I actually
people don't
now having heard
or maybe
like
Sandy's the psychopath as well in real life.
No, I just thought when he left the scene, he was leaving. You know, again, the talk about the last man standing. Well, that was the last man. You know, who to get away.
Right.
But there's still someone technically barely alive. But not, you know, not a good choice, and definitely not a good choice. So he's heading out with his, again, in the truck, jug of water, gets down there, and just, I wonder if he knew he made a bad decision. Like once he was kind of as far as he could get away from the truck, from his truck, like he's now farther from his truck than he is closer to the poor guy dying. I always feel like you're at the point of no return, and I really made a bad decision.
Because he only goes out there with the pistol he stole, didn't he?
I think so. He turns around, he looks up at the ridge and headlights.
And I think that's where the point he realized pistols aren't going to be very much help really at the moment. Like he's too far away. They're going to have and I think they catch him with the lights like a bit of a shadow, don't they? They just open up.
Yep, they catch him. They see him. Well, I think he sees them before they see him. Obviously, just given the headlights are an easier thing to spot, given that he was in darkness where he was. But then once he realizes they're shooting out his tires or slashing his tires, that's when I think that moment happens that Sandy's referencing of like, oh shit, I'm in a bad spot here. This is not good. And then they at that point, so to continue on, they start speeding down the hill after him. They get to
it's kind of like dawn, isn't it? Like it's literally coming into dawn time, isn't it? Really. So we got that kind of play. I like that kind of movement. It felt natural that you kind of see it, but like it's very quick scenes, but like there's a natural progression.
Right. So, and it adds to the idea that, you know, his own internal battle of whether or not he should have brought the water to the guy or taken the guy out to, you know, kind of kept him up all night type of thing. So now we're talking about early hours in the morning where we're getting to dawn and all that, where all this is finally taking place. And so they come down, they obviously open fire on him. He starts running. I believe they get out of the truck, start chasing him. No. They continue to chase him by the truck. He's outrunning it. You know,
he goes down the slope.
Right. Then he goes down the slope towards this little river where then they get out of the truck. They take a shot at him. It kind of hits him on the side or in the shoulder. I forget, because I know at one point he gets hit on the side, one point
it's the shoulder.
Yeah. So he gets hit there. He obviously proceeds to kind of just, you know, take the adrenaline and keep moving on. So he jumps in the river to go down the river, and along after him comes a pit bull that the cartel members, I'm assuming is cartel members at this point, have unleashed, and is just, you think for a second like, oh, he's gonna go in the river, the dog's gonna stop, and all of a sudden the dog makes
I
this
love that. The
incredibly
dog is
athletic leap.
literally like, ooh.
Right.
It was wild.
He's the only that dog is the only thing in this movie that has the same level of focus as Anton's character. Where,
but that's the thing, because you know it's an American pit bull. It's got to be like the beef of it, and everybody knows. Ooh, they're dangerous. Like, but like the whole thing is like normal dogs would like, I'm giving up. You like that, and the dog has just got this. I'm literally like, it's like Jaws going after him in the water. You're like, bloody hell. And then of course he knows, well, I need to make sure the pistol isn't going to misfire, so he does everything so quickly, and I love it. It's like the last second he shoots the dog. It's like that. It's like, oh.
Right.
But it's the only time probably in a lot of people's movies you don't like rear up for, oh, he killed the dog. You're like, it's not a John Wick moment. You're like, you're pissed off with him. You're like, well, bloody.
It's amazing. It's amazing how in so many movies like this, these action ones, John Wick's a perfect example, things like that, where you can sit there as an audience member, just a viewer of the movie, and see these guys just, massacre all these other people, but the second a dog gets involved, your heart just kicks in like, oh no, not the dog. But yeah, so the dog
This one
eventually
deserved it.
right. Fair enough. This one had death in its eyes. He was ready to pull his throat out. But this dog, and it's again, it just makes for another little menacing, intense scene where who would have thought a dog chase would have that much intensity to it? But this dog is just head above water, chasing after him in the river. He's at this point really got one arm to swim with because he just took a shot in the other shoulder. He gets out at this little riverbed. And like Stasis mentioned, he kind of very quickly gets out. And again, it shows his prowess as a hunter and as a former military, because somebody else who maybe just picked up that gun and is unfamiliar with it would have just immediately tried to aim it and take fire at the dog, not realizing there's water all in it. You got to dry it out, empty out all the water out of it. He's blowing into it, clearing it as quick as he can to make sure it doesn't misfire. And then at the last second, gets everything put back together, takes his shot, and, obviously gets rid of the dog as a threat. Again, just a brilliantly little intense scene from the second that they show up on the ridge next to his truck all the way to that final shot. It's just a super intense scene the whole way through.
Now, in the book, this scene was different in the book. And this scene was it was long in the book, describing him. In the book, he essentially tumbled off a cliff and was able to grab on. So here he just kind of went down that gravelly slope.
Mm-hmm.
And it was when he kind of went off the cliff that you knew he had broken his leg in the book.
Oh, interesting.
So not only is he shot in the shoulder, but he's now got a broken leg and he's hobbling. So, and the rest of the film, he's hobbling on a broken leg or ankle, whatever it is definitely broken. So for the rest of the film, he's dealing with that. And the book's description of him getting out of this was not as simple as dog's coming after me, shooting the dog. Because actually in the book, I don't even think there was a dog in the book.
Oh, really?
He's just fighting the elements. He's just trying to get off this cliffside and, get through. He's got to go through the water because he's still seeing the headlights. He's still seeing the headlights like up at the top of the ridge. And he's trying to calculate, okay, how long will it take them to work their way down to the riverbed and come after me? And I believe the Jeeps are actually driving through this riverbed, which is essentially a dry, maybe not completely dry, but a dry riverbed. And so the trucks are starting to come down and eventually he, because he knows the land, he makes his way through. He's hiding. I don't think he's up a tree at one point. Maybe he is. I think he does. I think he does climb up a tree at one point in the book. But eventually gets himself out of there, makes his way to the highway, gets his way back to his trailer. And now it's really serious. Now it's definitely serious. And he has to tell Carla Jean, get out of here.
Right.
Go to your mother's. And, she's very, what am I going to tell mama? Mama, just get out. Just get out. Now, I want to say a bit here about Kelly MacDonald. The performances here are tremendous. I mean, there's no question. Javier Bardem and Tommy Lee Jones. But I think Kelly MacDonald might get slightly overlooked because American audiences might not realize that this person with a near perfect Southern accent, Southwestern accent, is a Scottish actress, right?
Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
See
She's
that? Okay.
you probably first seen her in. She is Ewan McGregor's, I suppose, like childhood underage in Trainspotting.
In
That is probably when
Trainspotting.
That's right.
she's probably
right.
that's the but in the UK she's in loads of things. We see her all the time.
In
But yeah, like in that I completely forgot when she was like, oh my god, yes, it's like
a
that. And I think
beautiful
that
Scottish accent, and
Mm.
she
Wow,
nailed it,
that
and
is impressive.
she probably didn't get the credit she should have for
Mm.
this role, because she no again, you wouldn't know she's a Scottish lass. The other thing I'd like to point out is, does Kelly MacDonald ever age? Because
Right?
Trainspotting
Yeah.
Trainspotting was 10 years before this film. Trainspotting was 1996 or 1997, right? This film was 2007. She still looks like she's a 19-year-old. Now
She
she's
does now.
30.
She's still she looks good
I'm
now.
looking at a current picture of her on IMDb, and yeah, she still looks, and it's actually side by side with a picture of her from this movie, and like, yeah, she still looks exactly the same.
She's 31 when this film is when this is filmed, I think. Still looks young, and then a couple years later, she's in things like Gosford Park, another film I like. She's Rowena Ravenclaw in speaking of the Harry Potter films.
Well,
She's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Ravenclaw. But her performance was it. She nailed the dialogue, and we'll get into it a little more later in the film.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to point out here that I think she's overlooked, and I think folks should give a second look here at her performance.
But she's always
Overall,
been, I think, in all her movies, because she plays, I suppose, if you go by the lead and then B, she's always
Yeah.
that C person in
yeah,
all the movies.
yeah.
But she nails it every time. Like I can't think, like you said, Gosford Park. I love that movie, and yeah, she's brilliant in that. There's loads of other snippets that you might have seen, might not have seen, but she's always nails it. You're like, oh, you're a believable character. You're like, that's what you want from your actors and actresses. So like in this,
Perfect.
she just plays it really perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. She plays the very innocent, wife to what's going on, to all the stuff that he knows what's going on. He's trying to keep her in the dock as much as she can, but she plays a brilliant, innocent but concerned wife who's trusting her husband with all this crazy scenario that was dropped in her lap. Yeah, to find out that she's Scottish, which I didn't know, and to see how well she pulled off that accent is brilliant. That was fantastically done. And funny little anecdote actually about how we're discussing how she's always looked so young in terms of never aging. As we were watching, because I watched this with my wife, I finally got the chance to show her the movie. And the first thing she said when Kelly MacDonald, her character, shows up on the screen is, "That's his wife? She looks so young. She looks way too young to be Josh Brolin's wife. I thought that was his daughter." And I'm like, no, that's playing his wife. To find out that she was 31 in that too is crazy. I mean, God bless her genetics.
I know, right? I'm a little jealous. Perfect skin and everything. But he finally convinces her, to go home to mama. And that's another like Southern, not just Southern, but small town American trope. Mama doesn't like the man I married.
Right.
And
Yep.
that's, she describes it here. Mama, and you'll find out later, mama always said that nothing good could come of this marriage. And,
Mhm.
and she didn't, she didn't like Llewellyn, and,
Well,
she
she's got
thought
to think
he
that
was
he's a no good, because they live in a trailer, don't they?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mm.
And all the things that are going to come of this, and she's always been the harbinger of doom.
Mm.
And again, perhaps it's that little bit of fate here.
Mhm.
Fate brings a windfall, $2 million, but fate brings just such a horrible set of circumstances. And,
Right.
well, mama warned me. Well, mamas are always warning you about all the bad things that are going to happen.
Mhm.
But in this case, it's kind of that characteristic small town, kind of dynamic between mamas and daughters, and marrying that,
Right. And the men
nasty
they
old
bring home.
so-and-so.
Yep.
That nasty old so-and-so you
Fair
brought
enough.
home.
Mhm.
But she does. She packs up and she heads off.
Mhm.
And then Llewellyn's got to quickly figure out what he's going to do next.
Mhm. Right. So then I believe we get to, does Tommy Lee Jones and his deputy come in at that point, or do we see that bus scene of them kind of saying goodbye first?
I can't remember which one's first, but
Mm.
Tommy
wanna
Lee and
say
it's Wendell, by the way.
Wendell, yep.
Wendell is
Mhm.
the deputy.
So I want to say that's what we see next. I could be misplacing scenes a little bit, but I
Mhm.
think we finally then, because now we've seen obviously Josh Brolin's character interact with that scene out in the desert, and now we get to see. No, I'm incorrect. Actually, it is. Then we get to see Javier Bardem's character get to that the site of the crime there and interact with his part, which is
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
these two more. There seem to be just your regular Texas. I think at one point Wendell calls them, says they look managerial,
The
but
businessmen,
right,
yeah.
more like the businessmen, but shady business type of thing. So we see them on a truck when Javier Bardem's character pulls up in the vehicle he's in at this point, which I believe is still that same one he took from the guy off the side of the road.
Mhm.
Which
Yeah.
actually, that's something we glossed over. So right at the beginning, when he just to set the example of what how brutal Anton is, he uses this device. So after he escapes from the precinct after having unalived the deputy or the policeman who had caught him in that scene, he takes the policeman's car, goes onto the highway to try to continue on his plan. He comes across, he pulls over a guy in a car. He asks the guy to get out, and again that just innocent Southern hospitality to the guy. Like, he knows this isn't a cop. He knows something's up because Anton's carrying this oxygen tank essentially, which is just compressed air in this odd little device. And so he knows that it's not a cop, but he still kind of gets out anyways, just like, all right, I'm going to oblige by this, see what's going on. And at that scene, Anton uses this. Essentially what it is a handheld device that shoots a rod out of about 6 to 7 inches and then retracts it back in. We find out later on what that is. But he uses that to obviously unalive that guy. He takes his car, moves on. That's when we get to the gas station scene and all that. So Anton is still in this car. He gets to this scene, pulls up next to these two shady businessmen. He then hops into their truck and they go off to find the scene in the desert, where they pull up to Llewellyn's truck first. They at that point he takes essentially what I believe was just like the VIN number off the car or off the truck.
Mhm.
Because obviously he's going to use that to track down the owner of the truck, because they know that this person obviously has something to do with the missing money, given that the drugs are still there and all the bodies are still there. They go down to the scene of the the drug deal gone wrong. They start surveying it a little bit. Anton basically gets all the information he needs from these guys and from the scene itself, and then just on the spot executes the both of them where they stand. That's exactly. I didn't know the name of it, but that's what we'll see Tommy Lee Jones' character later on bring that up.
He explains it, yeah.
Yep. So again, we see just more of that sociopathic nature and that generally just the care of himself and what he's going on. You would have to imagine these two individuals came from the boss who hired Anton in the first place, and he just doesn't really give a shit. They get put out of the way just as quickly as anybody else in the movie does.
Yeah, they're okay. You've brought me here.
Right. You've served your purpose at this point.
Literally. Then it's bang bang. It's like, oh, okay. I thought they were on your side, and then he's just like, yeah, there's no point to you. Might as well be part of this lot. But
Right.
but there is one little scene that you missed, and I like this little scene, is with Tommy Lee character and his wife, and he's getting the horse.
Yes. Yep.
And that's the little bit before we got them coming there. I love that because she's kind of arguing. I think he's having breakfast first, isn't he? And then they goes out and he does the horse. And then she's arguing because he's coming out of retirement that they're not paying for the horse still, and you will have to pay for the horse. And he's like, it's my horse kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that's great. And then that kind of instigates, like, later is when he goes up with the deputy and they kind of see the burning the vehicle, what is set on fire, and then he's like, oh, that's taken. Then that kind of backtracks what you just said back.
Exactly. And that's when when he's Tommy Lee Jones' character says, Wendell, or what does that look like to you? And then he says, it looks like a 75, whatever, 77, whatever. He's like, and then Wendell says, oh, that's the one that was stolen off the side of the highway with that guy who was unalived. And so you can see them start putting it together there.
But I do like the next bit is because they know they can get there by vehicle, but there's like, nope, we ride horses.
I was
In the
gonna say.
desert. Like, I love that. I love
Yep.
that bit. I'm
Speaking
like,
of the
no,
horses,
don't care. Yeah,
Mhm.
no, we're
it's
gonna
that
no
tradition
take them out. Yeah, we
Mhm.
yeah.
versus
When
the future.
Right.
yeah,
And
I
that's
love
Tommy
that
Lee
bit.
Jones holding on to that.
Yeah.
And a funny little line comes out of that. Again, it's that little sly bit of Coen Brothers humor where, and the delivery from Tommy Lee Jones is fantastic, where he's like, all right, Wendell, you ride Winston. I think that might have been the name of the horse. And then Wendell's even kind of shocked. He's like, what, really? And then Tommy Lee comes back and says, he's like, yeah, well, that's my wife's horse. I'm like, if anything goes wrong, I don't want to be the one that's to blame for it. And then they can, and then it leads back to that scene where she kind of argued with him about taking the horses in the first place. So it was a clever little, again, is it a scene that means a lot to the plot? No, but it's a nice little bit of detail that if you're paying attention, you'll enjoy it, type of thing.
So I do want to make sure that is attributed to Cormac McCarthy and not the Coen brothers.
Oh,
They used it, but all of those lines, and it was you ride Winston. Very good. You remember that. You sure? Oh, I'm more than sure. Anything happens to Loretta's horse, I can tell you right now, you damn sure you don't want to be the party that was aboard him.
Yeah, it's a great little bit. And credit to Cormac McCarthy for that, because I love that little exchange. And then a little bit towards the Coens too, for recognizing that's something we want to make sure we have
Pulling those out.
Right. That's something that could have easily been looked over or not added, but they recognize that's a great little exchange. We want that in the movie. So credit on both parts there.
It is. And the one I pulled out from this scene, as I was marking all my little quotes in the book, was when they're standing, again, they're kind of standing above looking down. Number one, so give this the credit to the Coen brothers, the scene looking at them on the horses, juxtapose that against the scene of Llewellyn looking up at the two cars, the headlights, the night before, kind of looking down. But the quote here, when they're looking down, and Wendell says, "It's a mess, ain't it, Sheriff?" And Belle says, "Well, if it ain't, it'll do until a mess gets here."
Oh, I loved that line. It was
Such a good
fantastic.
line.
And it's such a bit of the one thing I love about the dialogue, and it sounds like so much of it is from this book. So again, credit to Cormac McCarthy, but also so much of it, the way it's delivered by Tommy Lee Jones. And even in the store scene that Stasis had referenced about the cowboy boots and the tent poles, and there's a little line about like we have socks, and do you have socks? And he's like, we have white ones. And Josh Brolin very quickly comes back with that. It's all I wear anyways. There's such like a little dance with the dialogue, the way it plays out, where, especially with Tommy Lee Jones characters, there's a few that I'll point out as we go along. But that was one of them that I love the most, because it's as quick as Wendell says something, he comes back with this just like wonderfully delivered with a bit of cadence to it and all that just, it feels like a little song and dance type of thing within the dialogue itself that was just so wonderfully done.
Absolutely. Now here at the same scene, when Wendell and Sheriff Bell are looking over the scene, they have a conversation about the last man. And Wendell says, so, again, amid all these bodies that we're seeing here, so we still ain't found our last man, have we? And then Bell didn't answer. He rose and just stood looking out over the country. I think because they already know this is 2 or 3 different incidents that have occurred at this one location. We don't know who the last
they
man
say,
is.
don't they, with the two, don't they? Just before that, they say
they know that
this is like played wrong, but these are this is like an assassination or something like that, a attempt, like something like that.
And they're seeing the different footprints and trails, and I think they're realizing it. Bell's realizing this is a lot more complicated, and
who's got a dog?
Who is the last man?
That's my little guy here. The neighbors are having their annual cookout. They got live band and everything. So
I love that.
He'll be back in a little bit.
Hey, David Earth, hello.
Awesome. But yes, that scene it's so good. Come on, buddy, relax.
It's a good film.
That scene is so good, and I do love that. What I love there too is that you almost assume Wendell is going to be a little bit of kind of a newbie to it, the way they set it up at first, but he's pretty adept at understanding this, the whole scene that's going on as well. Cause he does point out, he's like, wait a minute, Sheriff, there is something, different here. These two seem more execution style, where the rest of this seems like a deal gone wrong. And he then points out that they look a little bit more managerial than the rest of the guys, because the other guys are in more normal clothes, plaid shirts, jeans, cowboy hats. Whereas these two who were in the execution style were in, full suits, bowler ties, the whole thing. So, so Wendell even shows that he's, pretty skilled at figuring out, kind of what's going on as well. It wasn't so much just Tommy Lee Jones.
I think they
taking
play
this new
on that
guy
though,
around.
how he delivers his dialogue earlier and his accent. They try to make him he's the dumb deputy, but then you find out you're actually not. You've been mentored into being actually quite a good sheriff when you're going to take over, probably.
Exactly. Now, from this scene, they get the horses back, and then they're going to the scene that the very first scene we talked about, where the deputy's been killed by Shiger. Now they're quickly putting this together, that the two are related.
Right.
And in that, in the drive over to the precinct where the deputy was killed, they're already saying, how many bodies is it now altogether? Because this little town, even though it's caught up in the drug trade, has not had, at this point, they're saying, that's a good question, Sheriff. I ain't even counted yet. 8, 9 counting Deputy Haskins. So that was Deputy Haskins. That was the first victim that we encountered in this story. So they're quickly realizing this is not going to be a typical day here.
Right. And even a typical, something drug deal gone wrong for what they see. He can kind of tell, because they put it together so quickly. They're like, well, this car that's burning is the same one that matches the one from the guy who left the police car, which is the same guy who killed that police officer. So they're very quickly realizing, like, okay, this is something gone wrong, but there's also a new player in this situation that's making this far different from the normal time we've seen these types of things.
When they get there, they notice it's Llewellyn's car. The sheriff knows who it is.
Yep. So as they go on horseback,
yep.
When
he kind of says, "Who is this?" And he goes, "It's Llewellyn's."
He's
like,
"Yeah,
goes,
I
what
know
does he
this
do?"
guy.
And he goes, "Yeah, he's like a." I think he says like he's like a nobody or something, don't they?
Like he's like a guy in town,
regular guy.
Yeah, just a regular. Yeah. What is he doing here?
I think the other deputy there, whose name Wendell. I keep getting it confused with the horse Winston now. The deputy Wendell asked something. I think Ed Tom says it's Moss's truck, and then Wendell says, "Oh, Llewellyn Moss, you think he's involved?" And I think Tommy Lee Jones' character says something to the effect of like, "Not likely, but
I think they know if he's involved, he's in trouble."
Right. Right.
They know he is in something that is much bigger than him.
Yep.
And they talk about, we need to find this good old boy. Because I think they know. I think they're already figuring it out, that the scale of the massacre that occurred down in the caldera is coming for him.
Right.
And they mentioned something to the effect of, I didn't even really know him, but finding him is pretty high on my list right now.
Yeah, the whole scene there of then introducing their characters to that scene, because I liked how they kind of one by one had every main character interact with that crime scene in the desert there, and each one of them had such a different kind of experience with it. Obviously, Llewellyn's was one of wrong place, wrong time, trying to figure out what the hell happened, and then walking away with a cash case full of money. Anton comes in to kind of assess it, to continue to try to solve it from the perspective of the bad guys involved, which is get the money back and kill whoever took it. And then Tommy Lee Jones' character comes in from the perspective of police, which is, we have a crime to solve here. What the hell is going on, type of thing.
Yeah, and now it turns into kind of a different, like, what, a cat and mouse, I suppose you want to kind of move it?
Yeah.
Almost like the simplest way.
Right, almost like a double cat and mouse, where Josh Brolin's character is the mouse, Anton's the main cat and mouse, kind of the main cat in that player. But then at the same time, Tommy Lee Jones and his deputy are right behind them, trying to figure out what Anton's up to, who Anton is, so it's this interesting little like three person case of cat and mouse that you don't see too often.
But then we get thrown in, I'm guessing a kind of boss, kind of like that. Everybody's seen him, like, it always reminded me of Dodgeball, He's from Dodgeball, and
Oh,
So
yes,
Stephen
yes,
Root.
yes, he
Yeah,
is.
that's it, yeah.
Yes, he is. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw him too.
Yeah. And and I think it's like then you get Woody Harrelson's character that I must say,
So-
I forgot he was in this.
Yeah, and
So-
I do every time I watch it because it's such a small role, and he does so great in it. But I
Yeah.
think before we get to Woody Harrelson's introduction to it, we get Anton making his way to Llewellyn's trailer because
The
he's
trailer.
now
Mhm.
he's
Yeah.
now
Yes,
taken
yes.
that VIN number and tracked it down to Llewellyn. So he now goes to the trailer in order
The
to
milk,
yes, exactly. In order to try to see if Llewellyn's there, and I'm sure he figures he's not, but he's got to do his due diligence. So he goes there. Also, you find out kind of what else he gets from there, which I think is just the due diligence of his line of work. He uses that cattle device to pop open the lock, which again is then something we start to see how Tommy Lee Jones pieces together what exactly it is that he's using later on in a cafe scene with Kelly McDonald's character. But he, pops open the lock of the trailer with that. He kind of goes in, looks for stuff. He grabs the mail. He finds a telephone record, which in those days you'd get a telephone record that has all the calls you made. So that's kind of a bit of how he starts to go figure out he's going to track things down.
Mm-hmm.
He searches the apartment. Obviously, Llewellyn and his wife aren't there anymore, but he's still doing his kind of searching for anything to help him with, which the phone records is one of them. Then he grabs a bottle of milk from the fridge and just sits on the couch, no TV, anything, staring at a blank screen, and just has a little bit of milk. Which then I think from there we get to the scene where Llewellyn's with his wife and kind of on the bus, sending her off to Odessa to be with her mother, all that. They have a little bit of a goodbye. And then eventually we circle back to now Tommy Lee Jones and his deputy, Wendell, making their way to the trailer and seeing. And again, this is another spot where Tommy Lee Jones is walking Wendell kind of through, I think in his mind, he realizes retirement is obviously very close for him. So he's trying to get Wendell, as good as he's shown himself to be so far, just a little bit more adept at picking up on things. So as they walk up to the door, Wendell kind of knocks and just says, sheriff's here, sheriff's here. And Tommy Lee Jones very casually just says, Wendell, look at the lock. And at that point, Wendell realizes the lock's been pushed out by, whatever device. So immediately he kind of switches into a new gear where Tommy Lee is just like, all right, weapons out, weapons up type of thing as you're entering. And again, another little bit of great dialogue humor where Wendell then looks at Tommy. He's like, aren't you going to get yours out? And Tommy's like, why would I? I'm hiding behind you. So it's a little tongue in cheek kind of joke, obviously. And then they enter the trailer. They realize nobody's there. Tom, as Wendell's kind of doing the more traditional approach, which is clear the area. He's going room to room trying to make sure nobody's there. And then Tommy Lee is more focused on what he can see is the indent on the wall that's directly behind the door of the lock set that was pushed through. And then he finds the lock sitting on the couch. So where he's kind of more...
I think when he does it, he's like, sorry to break, I think he's trying to like follow the footsteps, like if I was in their shoes.
Right.
And I think that gets with the milk situation because he sits down and has the milk.
Exactly.
And he knows that Sugar had the milk because he says there's still sweat on it. We just missed him.
Right.
And then he drinks
with a great thing. But he's
brilliant.
You can't let good milk spoil or something like that. I think it's something like that. And he just like sits down. But that whole he looks into the TV and sees his reflection, and the windows are kind of, the curtains are slightly pulled, and it's kind of that reflective of this is what he would have seen. And that's why I kind of think I'm looking in through the eyes of the killer, but not like that of what I'm trying to get into the mindset of what the next move is.
Exactly.
I did like that.
Now,
again, it's great cinematography. It's great. You got the kind of duplicate. It's like from them both. It's brilliant.
And that's what I love about the relationship that we see with Ed, Tom, and Wendell is that Wendell is technically still doing things correct. He's doing them by the book, searching the house, clearing it, make sure everything's fine. And Tommy Lee, on the other hand, is doing more of the veterans detective work of, okay, after we've done all that, which I'll kind of let you do that since you need to practice those skills too. But now I'm also going to give you a peering into the eyes of how you kind of walk through the footsteps of crimes like this, which is what he does. He starts with going through, he opens the door. First thing he sees is that, picks up the lock and all that. And then again, the recognition of the milk. And he has that funny line of like, oh, that really pisses me off. Letting milk go bad, whatever. And then it's still, and references it's still sweating. And that's when it clicks for Wendell. He's kind of leading the horse to drink, but not making him type of thing. Where then Wendell clicks and realizes, oh shit, if it's still sweating, that means he was just here. We got to send out an APB or radio call. And that's when Tommy comes in and says, well, yeah, like you're on the right track of thinking, but think it through all the way. What's that call going to be? Guy who drank milk, which is another brilliant little line of like, he's trying to teach Wendell how to one day take his place. And again, it's not that Wendell's an idiot or a fool. He's doing things by the book. He's doing things right. He's shown his own ability to kind of process these scenes and figure out what's going on. But Tommy Lee Jones is, you have to imagine, a decades-long veteran at this. So he's seen far more than Wendell has at this point. So there's still a lot to teach him in terms of that kind of stuff. And then there's just the idea of him sitting in the same spot, looking at the screen the same way, all that. It makes for such a good scene.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like that, but it's again, it's the like, if I have to be one negative in the movie, and this is the thing, this movie drags on from here. And this is where I think, because I think it leads up really well. And I think the next bits, they draw it out quite a lot. And I'd like to know if the book does, because I think when once you know the kind of the players in the part, it kind of drags it out. I think that's the only thing, a downside to this whole movie, because I think this bit up to here, it's intriguing, and then the next bit is when you get to like the motel. Is like after that, it kind of drags it out, and that's the only downside.
Interestingly enough, just like the scene where he fell down the ravine in the book, and I said it was longer and more detailed. That little bit that might have taken 3 minutes in the book, the scene going to the motel, going back to the motel, going to the different motel again, that was longer. I felt like it was longer in the book than it was in the movie. And there were more cat and mouse pieces to it. And maybe because some of those pieces were removed, maybe that's why it seemed tedious in the film, because this is another reason I want to rewatch the film, because something that I think you miss in the film, you have to watch again during these scenes. And it might feel like it's dragging, but there are tiny little things happening here with respect to movement and shadows and the people on the periphery of the scenes. You're probably not paying attention to it because you're paying attention to Llewellyn or Sugar, but there are other things happening that are called out in the book that you probably miss, and maybe it does make it feel. I think the film, the movement between the hotels, because the scenery looked way too similar in the film between those two different, the Desert Air and the Eagle Pass, or I think those were the two. I think the rooms were too similar, and in my brain, it felt like all the same place. It was two different places, and maybe the film could have done a little better by distinguishing, although, they both had that good Southwest flavor. Maybe they could have distinguished some of the places just a little better, to make that work. I didn't feel like it was dragging, but I feel like those are the scenes that I want to watch over again. So he does get to the first motel, the Desert Air. He decides that he needs to hide the document case with the money. He pulls out some of the money. He's paying cab drivers and paying for things. And he unscrews the grill over the vent, and this was very well described in the book, such that you knew exactly what he was doing. He goes to a sporting goods store and says, I need tent poles. Which tent has the most tent poles in it?
Yeah.
And that little dialogue with the guy in the shop is great, because they're not getting agitated at each other. Guy's like, oh, I got tents on sale over here. I got this, that. I can order you one. No, I just need whatever tent has the most tent poles. Well, do you want the tent? Okay, I'll take the tent.
Yeah.
They're not getting agitated. They're just having this little back and forth. He, puts this contraption together so that he could push the document case as far back in the vent as possible, but retrieve it. So he cuts the pull, the string off of the curtains, the blinds, ties it around the handle of the document case so that that can be the way to pull it back. He also, he's pushed it as far as he can. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't the tent poles. I'm sorry. This is, he takes the pole out of the closet to do this, to
Yep.
push the document case. Later, he needs to pull it, and that's when he needs the tent poles. Because the string is obviously, facing the room. He ties it all back up. It's all nicely put away. Later, he needs to retrieve it from the room around the corner,
Right.
through the same vent, and that's when he needs to create the hook with the
Right.
tent poles. The way this is all described, which is much better, audience chat, much better than I'm describing it right now. In the book, this whole contraption is described in such a great way, and you understand exactly what he's doing here to hide the money and to be able to quickly pull it back when he needs to. The the description in the book also of, the motel, the little desk, the person at the desk, the parking lot, the whole scene played out exactly as it was in the movies. So again, the Coen brothers did a fantastic job adapting these scenes. They nailed it. They ripped it right from the pages, and they should have, because it's so well written. They did such a great job here.
Yeah, I love these motel scenes. I do think I can see Stasis's point of it dragging on, because I feel like they slow down the pacing of these scenes to really try to amplify the intensity of them. Especially as we see Anton come into these motel scenes a little bit after that. So I can definitely understand where it feels like it drags. It didn't necessarily for me, but I can see for sure, because the pacing definitely goes down a little bit of a notch there for that intensity purpose.
Yeah, I think it more like, I suppose for me, and I think my girlfriend said it when she was watching it, it just pissed you off. Like, why is he going to that motel? Why is he so close? Literally get out of the state. You've got millions.
Just
like,
keep
at
going.
this point, he doesn't know, spoilers again, he doesn't know the tracker's in there.
Right.
But come on. And it's blatantly a bit obvious when they what's his name? To get, like, he's in the vehicle, isn't he? And he's going, he knows he must have gone to a motel, and he's just going through the interstate like that.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it starts to going off. But he needs to be like, what, in 500 yards of the thing until it starts to beep. So, like, come on. It just annoyed me. It's like, you sent your missus away, I'm guessing, to the next county or whatever, but you didn't think about getting out the whole state for, like, 6 months, keep it quiet.
I would even argue you should have sent the missus even further away too. Just a couple towns over is probably not the greatest idea.
No.
But
because I still think he can. He thinks he can handle this.
Right.
He thinks this is a temporary setback. I can handle this, even though he's made some bad choices. Even though he knows this is really serious. He's seen the bodies in the caldera, so he knows how serious this is, and he knows how serious it's. It's.
But it annoyed me because what has he got there? Even then, there's a point, like, I can't remember. It's like there's that welding. What do you weld? Weld, like that. The welding, everything. And he's just like, but you're not a welder at the moment. You're unemployed. There's nothing there. You could move around. There's nothing keeping you there. It's like you like. He seems to like he's like immediate family aren't there except for his missus and then the mother-in-law that they don't get on. So, like, yeah, it's just like, you could have just got away. It's like that. I like frustrating, and it didn't give that, like, that click to me, because it's just like, oh, come on, it's a bit dumb, and I didn't like that, because you should have known better.
Well, and to further that, you definitely have a point there. Considering how well thought out he's kind of been at this point, you would suspect that he would have figured, like, yeah, maybe leave the state, maybe get out of the state entirely. Which, yeah, definitely a fault in his thinking there. Whether that be through the pride of thinking he can, like Sandy said, that he can still handle it and all that, or just not thinking it through either way. I think you would have liked to see the character realize, like, no, maybe you should get further than just a county over or one of the first or second, third, fourth hotels you find on a main freeway. Because, and what's interesting too is, and that's so he initially gets the hotel room. He hides it in the vent, like Sandy said, uses the coat rack rod to kind of push it back, ties the string to it, so because that's his main attempt or main plan for retrieving it later on. And then I forget where he goes, but he's coming back to the hotel in a cab, and he realizes there's a suspicious looking car, which I don't think at the time actually was even Anton's, but he just notices it and thinks, something's up here. Like, keep driving.
Yeah,
take me
just
to
think something's off, doesn't it?
Right.
He
Something's
says,
off.
keep
There's
driving.
nothing.
Right.
And the driver says, I don't want to get into no jackpot here.
Yep.
Some of the wording, that's not a phrase. And Jay, I don't know if you've ever heard it. I mean, we're
No,
Easterners.
never.
I've never heard of that, getting any jackpot here. Some of the words, again, that comes straight from the book. I've never heard that, but I know exactly what he means.
Right.
Like,
Yep.
I don't want to get into any
I don't want to
big
get
trouble.
wrapped up in this.
I was not expecting. And he goes,
Yep.
I'm
And he
trying to
slips in
get
like
you.
$100, doesn't he? To like, no.
He says,
move-
I'm trying
yeah.
to get you
Yeah.
out. I'm
Right.
trying
He's
to
like,
get you
you're
out.
already in it. I'm trying to get you
Yeah.
out of it. And again, that's that
Mhm.
nice little like dance with the dialogue that I love, where the cab driver just gives a little bit of normal reaction, which would be like, look, I don't want to get into any of this jackpot here. And he just the delivery and the quickness and the delivery and the just kind of smoothness to, that's just it's kind of a really kind of awesome little line. He's like, look, you're already in the jackpot. I'm trying to get you out of it. Most people would just be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, just keep going. We're trying to avoid trouble. Like, there's a nice little, just, I don't want to say poetic, but it's just a well-written and well-delivered line where it's got that little dance that comes back with the more straightforward line from the cab driver. And there's so much of that, especially, like I said, with Tommy Lee Jones' character, where I really, really love the dialogue in this. But yeah, so he spends the night at another motel and then comes back to that motel and tries to get another room where
He looks at them. He asks for a map
Yep,
of the rooms
exactly.
because
Yeah.
he needs to see where that vent goes.
Exactly. And at first I think, the lady presents him, the lady at the front desk presents him with the map. And, like most people at first too, you're kind of wondering why he needs the second room for a split second. And then very quickly you realize what he's doing. So in the same real time, the lady at the front desk even asks like, well, why don't you just want the room right next door to you? And then he's like, no, I'll take 38. And then you see the map and you see that 38 is right behind 138. So then it clicks for all of us as well that, he wants access to the other side of that vent, which is where he has, the tent poles and all that we, had just discussed. Because
But I don't know if it plays out in
trying to take it out.
in the book, if it's there's a longer period, because it seemed rush. It's like now it's about, now I've got to get that money out. I've hidden it.
It's-
so I
Yeah,
can
it
come
does
back
seem
to
like
it,
it's
and
a
now
24-hour period. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a bit quick.
There's more back and forth. There's more of him driving around. There's more description, but no, it's still very quick. I mean, all of this takes place in like 4 days.
Right. Just a
Yeah.
handful
Like
of days.
this entire, and what's coming next, and but this was another point in the book where I was like, oh my God, another bad decision. You could have just left the money there
Yeah.
and walked away. And
Mhm.
you don't know. I mean, maybe he thinks, well, they're still going to come after me, or maybe he thinks they'll never find the money, so I need to get. It's the same as him going back to the car in the Caldera. It's exactly the same. It's like, oh my gosh, you've made the worst possible decision here.
That's why I go back to what I said earlier. Is like when he retrieves the money the second time, like this is the tent pole. He does that, and then he just goes to another near a motel,
Right.
and it's just like, oh, you just got out of it because you were like, oh, they're in my head. Even if that car wasn't things, or he believed it was, I got away. That's in the back of I've got over it. Let's do that. And then he doesn't go far away. And again, it's like, oh, it's like
Right.
it's just it is annoying and frustrating. And it's just like, oh, yeah. But they didn't play on that naivety, I didn't think, with the character. That's kind of what annoyed me, because at that point, the character seemed kind of smart.
Right.
Like he knew what he was doing, knew the next thing. But that point was where you need to just F off. He didn't.
Right.
He just
Get a
didn't.
little
And it
further
annoyed me. And then when the opportunity, when he knows he was lucky, he knows he's retrieved it again, he still doesn't do it.
But to your earlier point about why doesn't he go farther away, I think part of this film is so grounded in that small town mentality. This is the extent of his world. This is
yeah.
his world. So he can't go beyond it. And it's his, small-mindedness, his narrow thinking, his poor decision making. He can't think beyond, this
Mm,
area, this town. Even though you traveled halfway around the world and served in Vietnam,
Mhm.
he's not thinking beyond the bounds of these little towns here.
mm,
Which in a way I do think makes for a good flaw in the character and kind of ultimately part of what his downfall is, and why somebody who's obviously very evil like Anton, but flawless in the way that he performs the evil that he does, the work that he
mm.
does, is able to continuously catch up with him and have more of a control over the situation. Whereas,
Yeah.
Josh
I'm
Brolin's
going to say
character
you're
doesn't.
probably actually right, and I probably missed something, and it's probably embedded in probably the book and probably a little bit in the movie. And I'm
Mhm.
going to admit to this now is it's because I'm a European, and
Mhm.
I'm going to say that British, where we travel, it's
Mhm.
easier to travel. Now, a lot of people in that Vietnam, that's probably the first time they went abroad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially in
And then
that
they
time.
come back and went back to the same environment. Were probably hated most places, except probably like them states that were like but most of it that was it. But then they just went back to the routine.
Mhm.
We went to Vietnam, but we went out of the routine. Like, you don't go to the next county. And to me, it's like, and probably a lot of Europeans, you just can't like. Why aren't you traveling? Because we travel a lot, and that's it. But you forget. And that is a lot of the Americans, and you'll probably bet that you probably know people who never left their city, never left their county, like that. They're embedded. They're like, no, this is what I know, and I'm happy. But they won't travel. And I always get caught. Sometimes my head just goes, no, how? Like, you're a massive country. How haven't you gone state to state, throughout your time? But a lot, and that is even probably today, it's a very American thing. So,
Yeah,
it's
no,
kind
that
of
you
thing as a
definitely. Mhm.
we forget that if you go for the East Coast to the West Coast, it's far, but it's easy to get to. There's ways to get to it, and there was ways to get to it in the 80s, very, very easy. By bus, by plane, by train. And we forget there's just that travel. You don't travel sometimes in America. It's a bizarre conflicted brain,
Well,
I suppose.
it's farther away to get out of
Yeah.
our country, though,
Mm.
because our
Right.
country's so big. We travel within the United States
Yeah.
for us is like you guys traveling around Europe. But
Mhm.
yeah, that's absolutely how military service is promoted here in the United States as your first time to go out of the country and see the world. That's part of all
Mm.
the advertising. My dad would have never left, Baltimore had he not joined the Navy and been able to see the world, and his father as well, and his
Mhm.
father as well. Unfortunately, those were all in world wars, but they did see the world.
Yeah.
um but
Well, I say
it
like
is
3 hours away by plane if you go from where you guys are west, where you hitting roughly.
So if we go 3 hours south, I know gets you to Florida from where I am. 3 hours west. So California from Boston, for example, is 6 hours. So somewhere
Yeah.
generally, anywhere in the
So
middle
if
of the
I'm
country.
going 3 hours from the UK, I'm in Greece.
yeah.
Yeah, which
There you
is,
go. There you
which
go.
is considerably
Different
different
culture, different. Yeah,
right.
considerably different.
Uh,
Yeah.
So
So
even
for
there you
within
me
the
go.
to
states, there's
drive
a
between me and Jay right now is probably from you to Scotland, Stasis. I mean, that's
Oh yeah. Okay.
driving. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm what, a 5.5 hour, no, probably 6 hour drive from you.
Mhm.
Um,
Mm,
so yeah,
Yeah, I'd say it's
that's
about 4 hours to Vermont for parts of Vermont for me. So,
mm.
that's just general kind of areas that I've driven to
Yeah.
that I know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
mhm,
Like it's probably we got an hour plane to Edinburgh from
Mhm.
London, but the same is to go into Oslo.
mhm.
So there you go. It's literally
It's just
there you go. Yeah, it's mad. If you actually think about that scale of how Europeans, no, we like if you went like we got on to Paris to Strasbourg. You can go from there straight into all the way into Russia if you wanted, and it's
Mhm.
easy. It's a train drive. You train, but for you, we're going through what 5 different countries like that. You're just good to know. It's like, and it takes that probably less time for us to get to there than it would to do probably New York to California to LA or something. Let's say it
Mhm.
was some mad. It's
Well, and
like, but
it's
we forget. We
definitely
forget. So I can
right.
understand where in the movie that kind of concept is that he probably only went to Vietnam in his little bubble
Mhm.
You know, there was probably no traveling, probably, you know, a bit of R&R, but probably nothing much. And then he went back, did his second tour, then just went back. This is who I am, and this is what I know. I'm just went back to doing what I did in the past, being that welder.
Right. And I think to your point, there is definitely, you know, even in this country, a lot of people do a lot of traveling between the states, but a lot of times you see that being more of some of the coastal states kind of tendencies, where you will see, I think, a lot of southern states who do a bit of like, oh yeah, I never really left Texas, never really left, you know, all these other Georgia, wherever it may be. Especially in this time, setting back in the 80s, you know, that small town Texas kind of feel. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who their comfort zone is, you know, their surrounding area and don't think to even go too far, which is probably something that I imagine they have played into this character, either from
Yeah.
Cormac McCarthy's writing of it or the adaptation. I'm sure they considered a bit of that.
Yeah. Okay.
But
So
I
what
would
was
also agree that it does come off as a little bit frustrating that it's like, dude,
Yeah.
come on, you got to get out of there. Like,
Yeah. So what is
Yeah.
the next week? We've got now Hot on the Towels. Let's say we just go backtrack. We've got now the is this put a point where he wonders how they tracked him down, and then so we've got the tracker. We've seen the tracker.
Not yet.
Is it not yet?
right.
No.
So at this point, we've seen
This
him
point,
now
we're
get
gonna
the
have a
second room,
Yep.
And
Yeah,
put
so
together
yes-
kind of his contraption for retrieving the case.
Yep.
Now, he hasn't figured out the tracker yet.
No, he hasn't.
but
No, he hasn't. No,
Anton
he
has
doesn't
been
have
going
the
up and down
next
the
one.
highway, I think, at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Unless
He
I
hasn't. So
comes-
yeah.
Anton is on his tail, and this is where we're getting ready for him to. And I don't really understand him going across the border, right? He goes across the border, comes back. He's all shot up. He ends up in the hospital in Mexico.
Well, so before we get, I think, to that border scene, we get Anton after he's purchased the second room or rented the second room for the night. He's kind of getting together his stuff for there, and then we see Anton starting to make his way down the highway where the transponder starts beeping a little bit, so he starts to realize where he is. So he pulls into that hotel and kind of determines which room it is that the beeping is strongest as he's kind of driving by, and then backs up a little bit. So he, you know, parks the SUV or whatever the hell it is that he's in at this point. I kind of forget. And then makes his way to the door of the room 138 that Josh Brolin's character was originally in. He does the cattle prod thing to I don't know if it's a cattle prod. I thought cattle prod was the device that kind of zaps them. But whatever it is, the cattle device that he uses.
Bolt gun.
Bolt gun.
Bolt
Yes,
gun.
that's what Abe had told us.
Thank you, Abe.
Thank you, Abe. He uses that bolt gun to pop the lock again, per usual. He busts open the door and immediately opens fire on the first person he sees, which is somebody reaching for, I think, either a weapon or a phone.
I'm just going to backtrack just slightly because the one bit I liked about when he goes up to the receptionist, he does exactly the same. Can I have the layout?
Asks for a map.
Map. So he's like, you might think you're clever, and I like that because it just shows they're both like, ooh, you know,
they're on even ground here. Well, or even so much that like it almost comes off as Anton's a bit of a step ahead because he knows what you're thinking before you've even thought it, type of thing. So as much as it was clever of Josh to do that, or Llewellyn to do that, it's like, no. You think you're clever, but I'm playing chess while you're playing checkers, type of thing. So then, he goes in, he uses the bolt gun to pop the lock open, goes in, immediately sees a guy on the bed there who reaches for something. I want to say it was a weapon, could have been the phone, I'm not sure. You know, obviously takes care of him. Out comes another guy from the bathroom who he then takes care of him as well. And while that guy's kind of going down, he fires off his weapon, which then like completely alerts Josh Brolin's character, Llewellyn, in the room behind them, to where he now realizes, oh shit, like it's going down. I have to get that case. So as he's trying to retrieve that case and hearing what's going on next door, Anton is still kind of clearing the room. So he's moving into the bathroom where he had just, you know, finished off the other guy who popped out of nowhere there. And he notices in the mirror that towards the bathtub, there's a hand that moves. So he then kind of, this scene is brilliant.
He like proper like, oh, just, you don't give a shit.
It's so good. And it just goes to continue to further like how menacing and how just sociopathic and psychotic this Anton character is. So he goes in, he sees the guy. The guy's there, hands up, no weapons in his hands. Basically, I don't know exactly what he's saying because it's in Spanish, but I'm assuming it's something along the lines of like, I'm not a threat, or like, please don't kill me type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Antoine just kind of
I
like
think
looks
he's
at him.
probably like, you don't have to do this.
Yeah,
'Cause he plays
something
on
like
later,
that.
don't
Right.
they?
It's
Yeah,
some kind of
Actually, I
pleading for
think
not
it
doing
is. I think it's you don't have to do this, and that there's a reason why I think it is you
Yeah,
don't have
later,
to do
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Antoine says something to him, I believe, which I can't remember what it is dialogue wise, but then he just I think he asks like, where is it? Meaning, where is the case or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the line is, but obviously the guy has no answer for him. So he just very calmly, very coolly closes the shower curtain,
Yeah.
looks the other way, and just, ends the guy there. And you kind of see the splatter come back in the shower curtain. And it just makes for such an intense scene of, again, just showing off how psychotic Anton's character is. And at that point, I think we then cut very quickly to Josh Brolin's character, who's, off. He's hitchhiked at this point, got into a car with somebody else who's driving him off. And then we go back to seeing Anton kind of assess the scene he just created there, where he's, he takes his socks off, throws them off in the other room, and starts kind of, actually, the rest of that scene is slipping my mind a little bit at the moment. What he does after taking the socks, I know he sits on the bed or something, and
But I like how there's a play on it later with the socks, because they both wear white socks. And with the injuries where they play, they're like, you can tell, like they're like, it's not a brown, but it's not red. It's like this mucus. Both of them have it later on. We'd like to say about that scene, but like you can tell, like, oh, they're pristine white, and then you can tell you're both hurt at one point. And, I think that's
the
quite
actions
good.
are taking a toll on them. So if I recall, that scene finishes off. I'm struggling to remember for some reason the end of what he does in that room with them, with the three guys he just ended.
I think he just literally doesn't he just sit down and he just looks.
He
and
sits
like
down
that?
and he sees
Oh,
the
and he
vent.
sees the vent.
And
Yes,
he pulls out a dime.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right.
He pulls out a dime. He unscrews the vent.
Yep.
And he sees the streaks in the dust, so he knows that's where the money was.
Right. So he now has put together, he was in the other room. He already took the money and left. And, at that, because I think he even determines the way the streaks are going, and that there wasn't a set coming back out. So he figures, I think at that point, he wasn't in this room. He was in the other room. Whoever the hell it is that I'm looking for, well, I guess he knows at this point that it's Llewellyn, but doesn't know what he looks like, has made off with the money again and has just slipped my grasps one more time. Which I have to imagine infuriates him even more. So then we see Josh Brolin's character. He's in the car.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No.
I wanted to. I was looking for the exact description in the book around that bathroom scene. When he kills the third person and he pulls the shower curtain over. So in the book, it's he did it to avoid the spray of ceramic chips off the tub. He pulled the shower curtain so that he wouldn't get anything on him, according, the way it was written in the book. And then he walked out and stood on the sidewalk. No one there. He went back and searched the room. He looked in the closet and under the bed. He took the lamp from behind the bed. He jerked the cord free. He climbed up on the dresser. So in the book, it's higher up. He climbed up on the dresser, looked into the grate with the metal lamp. So he's holding up the lamp, right, to look through. He could see the drag marks in the dust. He climbed down. He stood there. And then he goes to actually clean himself up after that. You also see in the film a couple of times him, kind of meticulously cleaning himself up. All of these dreadful injuries he's incurring along the way, but he's cleaning up after himself.
And it's funny that you mentioned that little bit of walking out to the sidewalk to see if anybody's coming, because that was one thing I felt was overlooked in terms of logic in the movie, where when that second person he kills in that room, when that Uzi goes off and he kind of sprays the walls and the ceiling with it, there's like no reaction from anybody else in the motel.
There have to be other people, right?
Whether there was any other people, the lady working the front desk or whoever might be working the front desk, there was almost like no reaction to it, which I felt like was a little bit of an oversight in logic there on their part. And now knowing that in the book, he does go out to check the surroundings, that makes more sense that the book thought of that, or Cormac McCarthy thought of that, and kind of wrote that into there.
Yeah, that does make more sense because, like, there's going to be noise in like that, and you're probably going to think like it's like an outback motel, whatever. But like, yeah, you're going to think like someone's going to call that in, but nobody. Like, he's just like if he went there and just looked for movement, I think that would probably would have heart seen. Then even if they cut out all the rest, and he just looked up at the grill and went, hold it. What's going on there?
And you could even use a little bit of headcanon to say, well, you know, given that area, obviously guns are super popular, so the sound of gunshots wouldn't be the most alarming thing to most people if they just heard them. But that style of gun in that kind of setting at that time of night, it would be too much to say, oh, well, you know, they're used to hearing gunshots in that area. They, you know, people are always in their own properties, firing off guns, things like that. But it would be too much of a stretch, I think, to try to explain it away like that. I do think it ended up just being a little bit of an oversight on the Coens brothers' part. But
now the book is going to deviate from the film. So go ahead and continue the story, and then I'll tell you how the book goes in a slightly, or let me say, not a different direction, but there's a different storyline that's going to start in the book at this point.
Okay. So if my memory is serving me correctly, from there we then get, I don't know if we go right to the scene of Llewellyn checking in at the next hotel, which is more of a hotel than a motel, or if it's the diner scene with Ed, Tom, and Wendell. I think they both happen very closely together.
I think they're happening, like a lot of these scenes are in real time happening at the same time. But I think it is the diner scene. And during that scene in the book, and I think so in the movie, you also get another name of another victim. So remember, originally when that first deputy is killed, you don't know his name, but later you find out that, you know, Wendell and Wells know him because everybody knows everyone. In this conversation in the diner, you also find out the name of the gentleman who was killed on the road. And that's Wyrick, old Wyrick.
Oh, okay.
Because they're again talking about the body count.
Right.
And when they're counting them up, even though this murder happened, you know, earlier in the timeline, when they were counting them up, they forgot one. Wendell forgot one, and Tom said, "Don't forget old Wyrick." So that was the gentleman at the side of the road, or with his truck. You know, when Sugar took his truck and killed him.
Right. So in this diner scene, which is another scene that I pretty much love any scene that, I mean, I love the movie, obviously, but Tommy Lee Jones, I think I coming up to this watch of it, I was pretty sure that it was Javier Bardem who was my favorite in this movie. But this second, because I actually watched it twice in the last 2 weeks just to really take it all in again. So the second viewing I did in this past 2 weeks, it really kind of hit me with like, I think Tommy Lee Jones might actually be my favorite character in this one.
Did you know what really annoyed me more? I missed him. Like, I was like, oh my God, I need you, that kind of actor back on the screen. Like, you don't get it anymore. Like, yeah, he's had these stupid like movies and all that. But like, I watched what's it called? Steven Seagal's movie. What's it called? With him in it. In the naval.
I'm trying to think. I haven't seen a ton of Steven Seagal, to be honest.
Oh, that awful one.
Yeah, put it on the boat.
Isn't that most Steven Seagal ones?
Come on, someone chat. Somebody. He's on the boat.
I can't think of it. Steven Seagal is not somebody whose filmography I've seen a ton of.
Ignore Steven Seagal's thing.
Not on the list. Whatever the film is, it's not on our list.
Under Siege.
Under Siege.
Oh, I do know that. I am familiar with the title.
He's in it as well, and he plays the baddie, and you're like, oh, what a great actor. Right, why can't we get him? Because he just delivers all his lines. Absolutely perfect. He's got, that's your character, there's your lines, and he just goes, yeah, boom, that's how you do it. Bang. Yeah, okay, you can forgive him for Harvey Two-Face. That was not great. But apart from
there was one he did like Man of the House or something where he was like protecting a college sorority down in Texas or something. That was a bizarre one. So you can forgive some of those, but you know,
the ones actor. I was like, oh, I miss these actors that didn't just literally like, because there is no action to it. There's no like thing. He's just literally deliver your lines, and you know his character from the way he did deliver his lines. There's like, they doesn't like, he's a sheriff and all that, but I don't need to know his background story. He delivers it by telling stories about cases. And
Right.
it's just like, yeah, it's great.
And through his
him in this is
actions,
brilliant.
he lets
Yeah.
you know that he's been at this for a long time. He's
Yeah.
very good at what he does. He's seen some horrible things, obviously, and so even just by his telling of stories of things that he's seen, telling his longing for the days of when sheriffs didn't have to carry weapons, to his ability to be the kind of detective extraordinaire in terms of his ability to kind of just replay these scenes and figure them out. He tells you so much about who his character is just through his acting. We don't get any flashback of him in some crazy scene of some gunfight with cartel back in the day. It's just, and there's no action scenes with him for the most part. There's no firefights. There's no anything. It's just his acting of giving you who his character is. It's just brilliant. And
yeah, but I like it. Like, there's that one. He has a little story. Like, it's obvious he knows. Like, there's good and bad. Like, but normally, if you're more powerful, you got, you're going to come out thinking. I think the bit with like, he tells a bit about Indian story, and he just says it like, and it's an Indian story. Kind of at the end, it's like that. He's like not Native American. They go back to like, like as you would speak to, I suppose, like even in the 60s or to the 80s. It's like no, and it's just that little prose of like, yeah. Like, even if you're in the right, sometimes it goes wrong. And I like that. It's just like, unfortunately, it's sometimes the person with the bigger gun wins. And not that you've got the righteous side on your side, I suppose.
No, he like I said, this second viewing of the past 2 weeks really got me to be like, you know what? It's Tommy Lee Jones who's my favorite character in this. As much as I do love Anton's or Javier Bardem's performance, it's Tommy Lee Jones who, to me, really just steals the show. And in this
the
scene,
book is his perspective, so he is the main
I was
character
wondering
of the
that.
book. Yeah,
because and that's something I was going to get to towards once we get to like the final monologue of the movie, where of all this kind of following Josh and Anton, these repeated viewings I've done over the past week made me realize that no, it's really Tom, and because it opens with his monologue and his perspective of things, and it closes with it, so it's really a movie about his perspective of all this stuff going on, even though we get the kind of real-time details, not so much just his telling of it. When we see kind of the happenings of the two other characters at the end of it all, it is still kind of from his perspective. So it's interesting to know that the book told it that way as well.
Yeah, but it's like he's had so many cases that he's closed. This is his last case, and he hasn't closed it. I always say it's like your retirement case. So it is kind of like he's sing song, let's say, like that. And
in a way,
he didn't give any.
In a way, and this is skipping ahead a little bit, but we'll come back to the diner scene in a second. But in a way, I'd feel like this case was so over the top that it's what kind of pushed, it feels like in the beginning, he's toying with the idea that like retirement's coming. And this is the one that's like, dude, I've seen enough.
This is not for me anymore.
I'm just right. And that's where we get that this is no longer any country for older men type of,
well, it is because like the old school detective is gone, like to the point going back where he's had his milk. And he knows it's probably like now, if we would probably, all of us would all know, if you came in that scene and there was a glass there, you go, stand back, everybody, we're going to take like prints and stuff. Yeah. But they don't. They contaminate the environment, even in picking up a drink like that. But that DNA kind of sequences has been there. And it's like that, but he still got that. Like, if I follow my instincts and follow the correct path, I will come to the killer, the person. But he doesn't realize these are more calculated. They've got a purpose. They're more cleverer. It's like they know that system and they know how to get around it.
No, absolutely. And I think again, and to further that, I think you're seeing this is probably a time when I don't know exactly when forensics really became a common practice in terms of law enforcement. But even if this was in the middle of it kind of becoming a thing or the beginning of it, you would imagine that, yes, somebody who was an old school veteran like that would probably be skeptical of relying on science and computers as you see with any generation. They kind of, the older generations, when new technologies come in, from even iPhones to cell phones to digital cameras, kind of come up through all of it being from the 90s.
Can I just correct you? It's called mobile phones. Come on, cell phones.
Oh God, you guys and your backwards languages over there.
We only bloody invented it. Jesus.
Tally ho.
Invented it. But we improved on it. But yeah, so you've always seen older generations push back on the introduction of new technologies and things like that. So in favor of the old way of doing things. So I think that's another layer to his character that goes right in line with what Stasis was just saying there. And again, goes in line with the whole idea of like the world is changing around him and he just doesn't want. Not only, I mean, I don't know that he can't keep up with it as a sheriff, because he proves in this movie that he can still solve these crimes and kind of crack these cases. It's just, it's taken a toll on him. He's done with it. He's done with this, bad for the sake of evil things happening, versus the days of, I guess bad had a little more, at least logic to it, versus this kind of illogical nature of everything going on in this whole crime here. And some of the ones he described, like in the beginning of the movie with, the kid who had, murdered the younger girl and said that he just did it for the sake of doing it and that he would do it again. Like, I think that logicless type of crime, I think he can, and in my opinion, I think he accepts drug deals gone wrong or robberies gone wrong more than he can understand this senseless, over the top killing of all these different people, because it doesn't seem like it has, at least even if you disagree with a robbery gone wrong in terms of obviously it's a crime and it's a terrible thing, you can at least see the logic of how things panned out, versus these intense, just graphic, horrific crimes is to him just senseless stuff that's really breaking down his will. And actually there's a great line when he meets, I think it's Ellis, towards the end of the movie, which we'll get to, where he's talking to Ellis, the guy with all the cats who used to be a former sheriff himself, where he talks about kind of evil just kind of catching up with him at that point. But yeah, so back to the diner scene. Essentially him and Wendell are just kind of going over. I just saw that poll there. Essentially he and Wendell are just kind of going over things. And again, Ed Tom comes in with a story of a set of murders that had happened over in California that he had heard about. And Wendell kind of has this, as he's hearing some of the details of it, has this little outburst of kind of a bit of a chuckle. And, he kind of looks ashamed of himself for having laughed at it, and Tommy Lee Jones's character is like, oh, don't worry, man, I've laughed too. Sometimes it's all you can do, which I thought is a brilliant line. And then it's followed up with another really great one that he goes, they're kind of going back to talking about the matters at hand, and Tommy Lee Jones says, well, those guys died of natural causes. And Wendell says, what do you mean? And he goes, natural causes to the line of work that they're in, which I just thought was a really clever, a nice little line of like, yeah, I mean, if you're in that line of cartels and drug dealing and all that stuff, like that would be considered the natural cause to the, as applicable to the life that you live type of thing. And then from there, I believe we hop to Llewellyn getting his new hotel room at that more kind of fancy hotel, if I'm not mistaken.
He does.
Yeah.
And at that point, well, again, I'll save the deviation for a little bit later. But at this point in time, and maybe this is when, he's realizing he needs some more stuff. He realizes how much trouble he's in. And I do believe this is where he ends up taking a trip to the sporting goods store and getting the shotgun and the saw, and he makes a sawed-off shotgun. He gets a few, some extra supplies, some extra food. He's realizing this is serious, and I think this is where you're gonna, or he's. And I can't remember why. Why is he drawn out of the room? He's drawn out of the room. Maybe it's when he goes shopping. In the film, this is where he finds the tracker after the next incident.
Yep, this is where he
in the book. He does. This is not where he goes. In the book, he goes one more place. Actually, two. I lied. Two more places in the book. So he's going two more places in the book. Here he's in this hotel is where he does find the tracker, and this is where the shootout's going to occur. So Sugar, he's flipping through the bills, but when he's flipping through the bills, watch the film. In between the hundreds are $1 bills.
Yes. Yep.
Now it's around the tracker, and you're like, oh, okay, well, they cut it out to put the tracker in. But the next scene, when he pulls out more money to put in his pocket, he does the same thing, and he pulls out the first few hundreds, and the next bills are ones. So I'm also thinking, I think that's for a purpose. I'm also thinking, this drug business is so dirty and so filthy that
Mhm.
even when you think you've got $2 million in your document case, you probably don't have $2 million
Right.
in your document case.
And that's
Mm.
actually what I figured as well when I saw those ones. I'm like, oh shit, this isn't even the amount of money he thinks it is because he hasn't really
Exactly.
thumbed through all of this.
Exactly. And
Mhm.
oh my gosh, what if, again, leave it and run? How important
Right.
is your life? And
Mm.
the one disappointment I do have with the character, to me, even though the billing, and we'll go into awards and things, the billing in this movie is that Josh Brolin is the lead actor and Tommy Lee Jones and Javier Bardem are supporting actors. Okay. Um,
Interesting.
and I would say the one disappointment is, again, based on reading the book, I don't buy Josh Brolin as Llewellyn. In the book, Llewellyn is younger. He's not
Mhm.
as young as Carla Jean, but he's younger. They're
Mhm.
closer in age. Um, I also, and there is a desperation, even though it's not said in the book, you get from him his desperation to have a better life for him and his wife.
Mm.
I don't get that motivation here. Yeah, it's $2 million, but how is that measure up to your life and the value of your wife's life? Why is it so important that you keep this money? I think we all assume, yeah, for a better life, but I don't buy it in the film the way I buy it in the book.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that is true. Yeah, there is literally his motivation for I'm a lucky bastard, kind of found his money, and then
Yeah.
send these. I'm going to protect my wife. Kind of a bit like there's the love from her and just a bit blasé from him. I was thinking this, and then yeah, that motivation, yeah, to the motivation in the movie is to win the duel.
Right.
To be
And survive.
yeah, to like I'm the better person, the
Mhm.
better hunter, the better assassin, the better fighter. I will win this game. And it's not about
Mhm.
the I don't think at the end it's not about the money. It's about I'm gonna beat them, not
Right.
take the
Es
money.
Especially after, and I agree with, both you there. I think they tried to tap into a little bit of that better life thing because we see that one little bit of dialogue on the bus when he's saying goodbye to his wife where she's like,
Mm.
you know, she's like, "Oh, I've seen a lot of things." I think she makes the joke, "I've seen a lot of things. I work at Walmart." And then he responds very quickly with, not anymore, you don't, you're retired. So I think they like touched on it
Yeah.
a bit, but never
Mm.
really leaned into it versus what Stasis said is it's a bit of that one, the jewel, which is the money, but two, it gets to a point where I think, especially after the phone call that he has in the hospital, which we'll get to, where it then becomes about
Mhm.
like, no, I'm gonna beat you at this. Like, you're not gonna beat me. I've already proven that it's a pride thing. I'm gonna out survive you. I'm gonna outmaneuver you. I'm gonna win this ultimate game of which one of us is going to live and which one of us isn't type of thing. I do think it leans more towards that than it does the wanting the better life for him and his wife,
I do. So,
which I think the better life is probably a more heartfelt kind of story and motive and probably comes off a
mhm,
little better in the book, I would imagine.
I think it does. But he's still making such bad choices. He rips out the transmitter and leaves it on the kind of the, what do we call that? A chair rail in the room,
Yeah. Where it's
and
like, dude,
then
you got to get rid of that thing.
walks
Mhm.
out, and then is in, and then immediately. I mean, this is the shootout. Now, um, in the book, it's just a shootout.
Mhm.
There's random um drug runners. There's all kinds of people not related to him and Sugar,
Oh,
because
really?
I guess once, you know, shout out downtown Baltimore. Excuse me, let me put my accent pen on. Shout out downtown Baltimore, hun. Um, once a gun goes off, everyone starts shooting. And
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that's sort of what happens here. And now he is wounded.
Mhm.
He is wounded. The case of money, he's I think he's particularly, so maybe the reason why he didn't go quote far enough is he's planning to go across the border. And um he he I think this is the point where he grabs some more money, but then he flings the case off the bridge because
Mhm.
he's not
Mm.
sure now whether that was the only transmitter. It's just safe. Let me, but he's looking over. He's not flinging it away. He's flinging it to where he can
Right.
retrieve it.
Still retrieve it.
Yeah.
He's dropped it in a very specific spot because he keeps looking down at it. And in the book, they describe he found the, looking at the place, alleged that he could, that he could swim to or access or what have you across the Rio Grande. He's still not let it go. He's thrown it off the bridge, but he hasn't let it go. And I'm sorry to say, I can't remember how it is. I think he gets to another cab driver, and he has gotten some medical supplies. He's attempted to stop the bleeding. It is not stopping this time. That he needs a, it says medico. And I can't remember if anything else happened.
In the movie, it's slightly different, is it? Because he goes off and he kind of falls asleep on like a thing. And I was like, why? There's some mariachis.
That's right. Yeah,
random,
that's in the book too. The
really,
mariachis.
really random. And then he asks for like medical care, doesn't he? He's like that, and he tries to hand him some money. And he's just like, that's a bit random. I liked it, but it was a bit random.
I took as a little bit of Coen Brothers humor type of thing.
It was literally
it's in
like
the book. No, it's in the book.
Really?
Yep.
No kidding.
Is it? Because that's just
a little
like
bit of their humor.
What the mariachis are like. What, he's got to be like 4 a.m. or something. It's
they must
ridiculous.
figure he's a drunk guy on the street. We're gonna wake him up. He'll pay us to kind of be quiet, type of thing. Or and then they realize like, oh shit, this isn't just a drunk guy.
Like, oh no, he's
they see his wound damage.
Yeah,
right. So and I actually so after obviously the gunfight happens at the hotel, what happens when he checks into the hotel originally is he pays the guy at the front desk, X amount of money to let him know if anybody comes in.
Oh yeah.
To give him a call. So as he's in the room, finds the transponder, the phone goes off, and all of a sudden it stops as he's going to pick it up. And then I think at that point he realizes like that was the call I was waiting for, and that just stopped abruptly. So something's going on. So I think he kind of pieces together that Anton must have already killed the guy at the front desk as well. So then obviously, yes, the fight happens between the two of them, jumps out the window, goes running down the street, blah, blah, blah. Anton's kind of chasing them. Again, he gets another person into trouble, an innocent bystander into trouble in this, where he asks, flags down a truck, and he's like, just get going. As soon as he gets into the truck with the person in there, Anton shoots that other guy. So
I think he actually says,
I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to hurt you. And he just gets
and then immediately just bang, 2 shots done.
Yeah.
So then, drives the truck a little bit as Anton's still firing. He crashes into another couple pot cars and gets out. He kind of goes around to hide around some of the pot cars, and Anton comes around the corner, and he can kind of see Anton through the reflection of the window. So as Anton's approaching the scene of the crash, he notices that the blood trail is now going across the street. So as he starts to look over, Josh Brolin's character, Llewellyn, figures it out, kind of pops up, takes a shot at him with that sawed-off shotgun, and he actually clips Anton with it in the leg. And this is where we see Anton take the biggest amount of damage to this point in the movie that he's taken. So Anton kind of scurries off into this dark alley and gets away and all that. So then at this point, this is when Josh Brolin's character starts making his way towards the border. He gets back in that truck, goes to the border, and as he's walking over the bridge, like Sandy said, he's kind of eyeing out these places to throw the case so that he can retrieve it later. He does. And I actually perceive that. So it sounds like in the book, it was more about not trusting the transponders, but I actually received that as not wanting to walk. Essentially, he's assuming all this is cartel related. So not wanting to walk kind of right into the lion's den of where the cartel would have come from originally.
That could be too.
With with the exact money that they're looking for, as kind of a way of avoiding any more trouble.
Yeah, so I kind of perceived it as like he needed to be close enough to the border patrol just in case he needed to shout out, "I'm an American." They would come running, and also, by the side
so that
of
they're
like,
not checking his case either.
Yeah, I've got that. Literally, I know where it is. It's like the easiest point, but I'm close enough, but I know that they're not going to find it, but I can shout for help if something goes wrong.
And then he seems to run into a few, younger, I don't know, 20-year-old, 21-year-old Americans at the time. It might have been near 18 because I think you could drink at that age. Well, they would have been in Mexico, so they could have drank at whatever age.
You can cross the border and drink at 16, I think.
Yep. So now that I think of it, so some older teens,
21,
younger
21. Who drinks at 21? Come on.
But he runs into a few, late teens, early 20-year-old guys coming back from the Mexican border. He barters with them to buy one of their jackets, so he can kind of cover up some of his wounds. And then they have this funny little interaction. I mean, obviously these guys are kind of like busting his balls a little bit in terms of like, yeah, I'll sell it to you for a price type of thing. And then he pays a good couple $100, I think, for the jacket. And then he asked for one of their beers as well, which I thought was going to be like a little bit of a joke of like, oh, you know, been such a long night, he just wants a sip of a beer type of thing. But then it actually plays out that as he's walking by the border patrol, who's like half asleep, he kind of just looks more like a drunk guy, raises the beer, and then as soon as he gets by, puts the beer down. So I'm like, oh, so it's actually part of like a little disguise to just sneak by the border patrol at that point. And then
So
yes, we
$500. He pays him $500 for
right,
that coat.
Yep. And then after he's like, and for the beer too, and they're like, well, that's going to be, they try to charge him more, and then they eventually just give it to him type of thing. And then we get to him passed out on the steps. The mariachi band comes over. They're singing their song. He, kind of starts to wake up, gives him the money. They see his wound and they stop and all that. And then he says, medico or something like that. And in terms of, and I might have the word wrong. I think that's what it was, but I could be wrong. I'm not fluent in Spanish by any means, but essentially asked them for like medical attention. Where would I get it? And then they, next thing we see, he's in the hospital on the other side of the border. And then I think from there we get introduced to Woody Harrelson's character.
Then we get
this is the second time, isn't it? Because then we get the introduction, a very
that's right. That's right.
In the office.
In the office, a bit of like a back and forth. I think it's a funny scene. I like
flowers.
It's just a funny scene. And then with the in the hospital with the flowers, he's just sitting there. I'm here. This is my cover. Some flowers, and then he realizes you're a Texan. I'm a Texan, kind of things, and like just says, what the, like, this is too big for you. What the effing hell are you doing? And he's like, I can protect you. You can get out of it. Just tell me where the money is. And at that point, you're like, you still, what are you doing? It's
this
like
is your only
point,
hope.
yeah.
Even though you can't trust this guy, this is your only hope.
Yeah, because he says
it took me 3 hours to find you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like I don't need a transponder. I didn't need a tracker. You were just easy to find. It's like so. Yeah, if I can find you, the boss. The other guy's gonna come and you're gone. And he kind of like he must have like it's out of off screen, but they blatantly exchange numbers.
They exchange numbers.
Yeah,
and then I have some quotes here. I think this was really well written as well. Wells is trying to convey to Moss just how much trouble you're in. And particularly, this is the first time that Moss hears the name Anton Chigurh. And he says, the guy who's after you, his name, Chigurh. And Moss says, Sugar?
Yeah.
Chigurh, Anton Chigurh. How do you know I won't cut a deal with him? And of course, this is when I think this is extremely well done by Woody Harrelson. He says, you can't make a deal with him. Let me say it again. Even if you gave him the money, he'd still kill you. There's no one alive on this planet There's no one alive on this planet that's ever had even a cross word with him. They're all dead. That's not good odds. He's a peculiar man. You could even say he has principles that transcend money or drugs or anything like that. And I think that is him. That's where he does have principles. Whether it's flipping the coin or that he's made a decision that no, you're going to die. It doesn't even matter if you give me the money, you're going to die. You're going to die. That's his way. Then they get into the welding, and then they talk about Vietnam, and they have that in mind, and really Wells only cares about the money. He doesn't care about Moss. He says, I'm just here to see if you can make my life a little easier.
Right. And it feels like Moss understands that too, because after he, you can see Woody Harrelson's character Wells trying to make that connection with him being Texan, being, having fought in Vietnam.
Well, doesn't he say like,
what does that make us, brothers or something?
Yeah. It's like,
he's aware of it too. He knows this guy's shady.
Yeah. Don't try and play the nice guy. You're as worse as the next guy.
Right.
It's like that. So just because we might have a slightly interactions of like in the world, but like F off, like I can see straight through you. But then he still plays his card, still plays the incorrect hand. It's
Mhm.
just like, oh, so it's frustrating.
Well, what's
Mm.
this in the book, from this scene, it moves all the way from this scene to Sugar finding Wells,
Yeah,
right? So Wells
I
has
think it does in
found.
the movie, doesn't it? It doesn't.
Is it that quickly?
I think there might be a couple of like, I think it is. I think it is directly into it because then we see Wells going up the stairs, don't we?
Well,
And he's
And
so
he's followed.
we see Wells making his way back to bridge where back
Yeah.
across the bridge where he then the border bridge where he then
Yes,
identifies where the case is.
that's it.
So
Yeah,
because that's part of his pleading
Mm,
with Anton in the next scene. So we
right.
see him leave the hospital, obviously not having been able to make any kind of deal with Lewin. And he's again, very adept at what he does too. So he's kind of has this hunch as he's walking back about like, well, obviously he walked in with the money, and he doesn't have the money now. So why don't I try to retrace some of his steps and kind of see where it was left off? And then he's kind of smart enough to realize, because he tends to check at the kind of posts that go from the sidewalk that kind of hold up the tops of the fence. So he kind of figures, at least in my opinion, I figured that as he realizes if somebody's going to throw something off, they're probably going to use some kind of marker on this end to know where, it was 3, 4, 5 posts from, when I started walking type of thing. So he uses kind of the post. I think he even climbs up and stands up on the side of it and wants
He
to try to peek
does.
over.
Yeah, one. Yeah,
So
yeah.
he kind of knows like, well, if I was doing this, I would try to use something on this side of things to be a marker of where I threw it down there, just to make it a little easier to find. So he kind of stops at those posts to take a peek and obviously, gets a glimpse of the briefcase or the document case. And then we get to him back at the hotel where as he's walking up, Anton just very creepily comes from around the corner.
It's
Again,
great.
it's just so good.
It's like a bit spooky.
Cool.
Like, oh
Yeah.
no!
And
It's like,
he says, just very calmly says, let's go to your room. And at that point,
Yeah.
Wells knows he's in
He
it now.
knows.
Right.
yeah, he just tips his
He
hat and
knows
he's
because
goes,
he just
screwed.
described to Moss what Sugar is all about.
Exactly.
So he
And it's
knows.
like,
And
yeah, and he gets there. He's just like, I can't say anything really. The only thing I've got any hope of is pleading
Right.
for my love. You don't have to do this.
Yep. Use
like that,
money.
and-
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
I've
if
got. I think it's like
anything-
I can give you $14,000 ATM right now, literally right now.
And immediately Anton just laughs in his face and just
Yeah.
says ATM and chuckles at him. He's like, this,
Yeah.
it's like Cindy said, this isn't about money for him. He's got his own set of, well, I guess as Moss says in the book, it's his own, and in the movie, I believe, it's his own set of principles. It's not about money. It's not about this, that. It's his principles as he perceives the world, the universe, however he looks at it.
So he says during this in these conversations, whether it's the flip of the coin with the guy in the gas station, or even, he looks at when he goes to the trailer park, the Bel Air, and he's asking the woman, where does he work? And she says, I can't give out that information. And then a toilet flushes. So there's someone else there. So he knows. She doesn't realize, like, she got really lucky.
Yep.
She got, and it's all those glances. But in this conversation now, there's a lot of dialogue between Wells and Sugar here. But Sugar says to Wells, getting hurt changed me, he said. Now, do we know this is because he's injured, he's shot, whatever. I don't think it means getting shot with the shotgun blast, just recently. But he says, getting hurt changed me, changed my perspective. I've moved on in a way. Some things have fallen into place that were not there before. I thought they were, but they weren't. And the best way I can put it is I've sort of caught up with myself, and that's not a bad thing. It's overdue. Now, this is where then Wells says, I can get you $14,000 out of the ATM. And Wells says, it's still a good payday, meaning the $14,000.
Right.
And Sugar says, it is. It's just the wrong currency. He's not in it for the money anymore.
Right.
It's not about the money. It's about these personal principles that he has.
Right.
And, he's the Grim Reaper. He is the instrument of fate. He is whatever. And he has to do this. In his mind, that's who he is. It's still a good payday. It's just in the wrong currency. That's a great line that
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
brilliant.
think is in the film.
It's
I
not. It's
don't
No,
think
not.
no,
that
no.
film that line
What
is in the
a
film.
Mm,
what a mistake to exclude that. That's a
yeah.
fantastic line.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic line.
Yeah, it gives a bit more depth into the character.
And quickly, one thing I actually just realized we forgot to mention is the scene of after that shotgun blast that he takes from Llewellyn. While Llewellyn's over, getting we don't see much of Llewellyn's recovery, given that it's just hospital stuff. But what we do see in comparison is at the same time he's getting his recovery, we actually see a full in-depth look at Anton and his own recovery that he has to do by himself because he's
Oh,
obviously not
yeah,
going to a
yeah.
hospital. So it starts with him actually outside of a pharmacy, and this ends up leading right into the Wells stuff. It's just it's between the mariachi band and then seeing Wells in the hospital with Llewellyn. We see him outside of a pharmacy, kind of stalking it out. Not until you figure that he's going to go in and do something, but you don't know exactly the extent of it. So he's staking it out. He ends up getting out of the car where you can see him limping and blood coming down his leg from the shot that he took. He goes to a car that's right in front of, that's parked in front of the pharmacy, sticks a rag on the end of a long wire into the gas tank. He then pulls it out. And essentially, long story short, he just kind of sets the car up for explosion. So as soon as that car explodes, he then goes into the pharmacy while everybody's rushing out to see what it is, gets all this medical equipment from the pharmacy. And then the next thing we see from him is him at a hotel or motel, doing all his recovery. And it's kind of pretty straightforward there, but in terms of the way in which he's just so matter of fact, like not showing any winces of pain, anything, visually it adds a lot to his character that it's not much an explanation of dialogue or anything like that, and it's not even a lot of his more menacing acts in terms of the way he's killed so many people, but it's just that idea of like, this is so matter of fact, things that are like pretty gross, these injections he's doing right into the wounds of different drugs to help medicate, and the clearing out of shrapnel and things like that. It's all just done so matter of fact, so cold, so without any reaction, that it's just another visual representation of, one, how much stuff this guy has done, but two, how just closed off from everything he is, whether it be humanity, pain, the whole lot. He's just a human of a completely different nature in the worst kind of way. And
Well,
then we get to
his purpose, isn't he? That's
exactly
the thing.
right. And
Literally, this is my purpose.
Right.
You wouldn't it's a bad wound. Like,
oh
even
yeah,
in the
it's
movie,
gross.
you're like, ooh.
Yep.
It's like,
well, like
yeah,
you said, you see him take the boots off, and that like syrupy coagulated blood at that point is dripping out of the boots and all that. It's like, oh, that is a nasty, nasty wound. And he's just so matter of fact about it, even to the point where he's like, not to be too descriptive, but he's sitting on the toilet, just like picking the stuff out of his leg, and it's just as if he's like clipping his toenails. It's like there's nothing to
yeah,
it.
it's kind of yeah.
It's just so bizarre.
Yeah, he just
but
faces
then,
himself like going for it,
like
for
it's
the emotions.
nothing.
I'm going for the emotions.
Yep. But then so that's kind of sandwiched between those two parts, and then we get to him, in this scene with Woody Harrelson's character Wells.
Now, one point from that scene, and you're right, and it's because things are happening in real time in parallel. So he's cleaning up while Woody Harrelson is talking to Llewellyn.
Exactly.
Probably.
Yep.
But one thing I forgot to mention in the scene with Wells, because the dialogue was so important, there's one little physical thing that's really important. He picks up Wells's phone. So remember, they've exchanged numbers. Yep. Wells has already called Llewellyn's wife, and now Sugar has the phone and has Wells's phone and Wells's number, which will appear on Llewellyn's phone. Llewellyn will think that it's Wells calling, and it's Sugar calling him.
And that's something Wells even alluded to in that hospital scene where he's like, I think Josh Brolin's character says something about finding him or whatever, how he wouldn't be able to find him or where he'd be going next. And he's like, well, I know where he'll be going next, referencing like, he's going to go find your wife. If I found your wife and I know where she is,
he's already there.
Right. Then she's already on his list. He already knows, and then that plays into, obviously the phone and all that.
And I think this is when I think he's calling now. I think he's calling now because I think he's still in the hospital.
Yeah. Is there a scene we've missed, like with the wife and the mum? and the taxi driver's being
So-
followed by the cartel. Is that next? Is that the
I
next
think
one?
that comes next because
No,
how
not yet, because it's right
Right.
before them finding him.
right.
So I think
Because
that's. Oh, go
oops,
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I think the phone call is first because the phone
Yeah,
call is important.
the phone call first, and now then it goes to taxi ride. There's
Mhm.
the
Right.
cartel following the wife, and then the mum kind of gives everything up.
Well,
doesn't she?
it's a different, so the phone
Yeah,
call
different
from
function. Yeah.
Sugar saying that he's, impersonating Wells and,
Mm.
then saying, don't you know who this is? And
Mm.
this is the phone call where he at least says, if he gives the money, he won't go after your wife, but I'm
Yeah,
still
yeah.
going to
Right.
kill you, but
Mhm.
I'm still going to kill you.
Yep, he has the awesome dialogue of something along the lines of, he basically, after he kills Wells, obviously, Wells' phone rings, he picks it up, and then it's obviously Josh Brolin characters Llewellyn, and that's when and this is where I think you have that big pivotal point, not so much pivotal point, but that really like hammered home point of this is now personal and pride for Josh Brolin's character. This isn't about future of, or at least the way they tell it in the movie. This isn't about the, future of the family with him and his wife. This has now become, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to kill you thing. Because they have this kind of standoff phone call where, you know, Anton's essentially threatening him and telling him like, this is how it's going to go, just so you know. And Josh is like, well, yeah, we'll see about that. Like, not if I get to you first type of thing. And Anton has that great little line where he, like Cindy says, he basically tells you, look, if this goes further, I'm going to kill you and your wife. He's like, but if you, bring me the money now, whatever, he's like, I'll save your wife. That's the best deal you're going to get. I would, I'd tell you that you could save yourself at this point, but you can't. And that's kind of his just view of like, you've already, your grave's already been dug in my eyes. There is no saving you. The best I can offer you is I'll let your wife go. But if you don't bring it to me now, you're both done type of thing.
And he says the specific line is, you know how this is going to turn out, don't you? That's
Right.
Sugar.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
And, Llewellyn says, no, do you?
Mhm.
Yes, I do. I think you do too. You just haven't accepted it.
Yep. Oh,
You bring me
Yeah,
the
it's just
money,
so
I'll let
confident.
her walk.
chilling.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's my job. This is my job. You've just got involved once. This
Yep.
is what I do daily, and
You
that's the chilling thing. It's like, oh,
you bring
he's
me
just
the
like,
money
I'm
and I'll
confident.
let her walk. Otherwise, she's accountable.
Yeah.
The word very specific. She's
It's
accountable.
that's I said later. I think they said in the movie, it's a promise. It's a
Yep.
promise.
It's a promise I made to your husband.
Mhm.
I don't care. I don't know if you care about that, but that's the best deal you're gonna
Yeah.
get.
Oh, such a good line.
Yeah, but I said he's still getting the out. He's still got an out.
Mhm.
That's the thing is he
And
still
just
doesn't
still won't
give the
take
out.
it. Yep. He
No.
still won't take it.
Nope.
So
So
then,
I will say how the book deviates right now because it
Okay.
is important because there's another storyline that's been going a little bit, but so there are other cab rides in the book, but it's not hard to follow. It's not difficult to follow. But at this point uh, he's stolen a car, and he's stolen a car and picked up a hitchhiker on his way to another motel. And the hitchhiker is a young girl. And he asks her, "Can you drive?" She's probably a runaway because she's picking up a guy who's obviously either beaten up or drunk or, definitely just coming off a serious, is seriously injured. And they go on a little spree and they stop at a diner and get the most expensive meal. They go clothes shopping again and get the most expensive clothes. I feel like in the book, this portrays him, he knows what's coming. He can't get away. He's just going to live his last few days living it up. And he's living it up with this young girl. Nothing goes on between them. He buys her a nice meal. They have a, good conversation. They, pal around. But you're kind of going from these places to places with them, and you're feeling like she has no clue, but he's living it up. He's just going to spend what is in his pocket and take, whatever whatever comes his way. They make it to the next motel, which is the final motel. I'll leave it there for now. So in the film, she's not there.
No.
Yeah,
but
no,
she is there. I'll point out at the end where she
So
is.
I have a
No.
feeling,
Okay.
right? I have a feeling where they maybe did it then,
Yeah.
which I
because
think we're gonna get to.
how he gets to the next motel, he's the hitchhiker, because the guy who is the driver says isn't it a bit dangerous to be hitchhiking
Yeah.
now, and I'm
Which is what he
guessing,
says to the girl. Yep.
and I'm guessing there is some serial killer in America around that time that was taking people in hitchhiking or something like that.
There always
Maybe.
was.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'd venture to
it's
guess
gonna
there
be-
was.
There's going to be some play on that time period. There was somebody doing something, so maybe, yeah, it was a bit dodgy. So yeah, but then yeah, you get to the motel.
Well, so before
Yeah.
we hit him at the motel, we actually get that little diner scene with Ed, Tom, and Kelly McDonald's character, who I cannot. What is it? Something Jean.
Carla Jean.
Carla Jean. Okay,
Carla
Carla
Jean,
Jean.
Oh, when she calls him in, she's like, yeah.
Right. She's asking, he calls her in to kind of see what's going on, if she knows anything, and kind of explain that he wants to protect Llewellyn. And then it ventures off into kind of him going off on this story about a cattle farmer and all this stuff, where that's how we kind of get the explanation of what that device is, the bolt gun, what it is and what it was used for. And at that point, you're kind of figuring that that's really Ed Tom kind of just working it out for himself and figuring out that that's what Anton must have been using all this time for the lock punctures and the obviously the forehead wound from when he took the car in the beginning of the movie. And so you get that whole little scene where he kind of uses a story as a metaphor and all that, and just kind of lets her know, tries to kind of reach some level of trust with Carla Jean and to get her to give him information on anything when she does find out more. And then from there, we see, her and her, I think as there's some, few scenes maybe between, but then we see her and her mother going to, after he speaks with, after Llewellyn is on that phone call with Anton, he then calls Carla to let her know, like, you've got to go, was it El Paso? I think maybe they were going for at that time, where he tells her, you and your mother got to go to El Paso.
Odessa,
maybe
one
of
them.
them.
Someplace else, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they were like, yeah.
Where there's an airport, because I think at this point he's finally realizing, like, okay, we've got to get like the hell out of here. We can't just be locally or a county or two over. So they have that.
Still not that far away, though. My God,
right.
Still not that far away.
Right, still far too close. And then we see. So this is actually something that I think tied into something earlier that I didn't realize till just now as I'm thinking through it. So we see Anton, after he heals his injury, making his way to that boss, the guy from Dodgeball, where he gets into the office. Again, he uses his bolt gun to bust into the lock and get into the office building. He goes up to the office, confronts as soon as the boss there, or that guy who hires him, sees him, he starts scrambling for his weapon that's got to be in his drawer. And excuse me, I got to take a sip of my water here.
That's that. But then it was like down to the floor, wasn't it? And then up, and then it's like just that accountant. It's like nobody. It's like, who are you? It's like that. No, it's like, I'm nobody. No, what do you do? What do you do? It's like that. It's like,
yeah,
brilliant.
exactly.
I'm just an accountant.
Yep, he's like, I'm nobody. I'm just an accountant.
Yeah.
And then,
but then
obviously,
funny then because he's seen him.
Mm-hmm.
Was he realizing the guy was so scared and he's in the organization that he won't say anything because he doesn't give him the choice, and he doesn't give him the spin?
I'm wondering.
Well, was it cut or was it in the book?
That's what I'd like to know, because in that scene, obviously, we see him shoot the boss. He's kind of gurgling, for his last couple of breaths on the floor. And as Anton's just looking at him, you get that kind of like the guy pops up. I'm a nobody. I'm just an accountant, blah, blah, blah. And then he asks him, like, are you going to kill me? And Anton turns around and he says, I don't know. Did you see me? Kind of like, again, it's almost that little bit of like, because he's not necessarily in his path or in his way.
Yeah.
He's considering, maybe not ending this guy and letting him live type of thing. Obviously, we then don't see exactly what happens after that. But I go under the assumption that I'm assuming the guy said, nope, didn't see you. And he actually lets that guy live because he seems to be very rigid in who he's going to kill and who he's not going to kill based off what exactly. I don't always know. I feel like the best thing we can say it's based off of is whether or not you deter him, annoy him, or get in his way in terms of his objective, which seems like this guy didn't.
Yeah.
But
I've got to
there's
look
a
that
little
up
bit
because
of
I think he does kill him in.
Oh.
Yeah, he does. He does kill
in the
him.
book. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Again, this is that, I think he goes back to the boss based on that comment that he made to Wells when he said, getting hurt changed me. I'm looking at things differently. Yeah, it is a good payday, but it's not the right currency. I think the money doesn't matter. And he goes because I couldn't figure out why is he going back to the big boss? Obviously he's done this a million times. This is what he does. But he's just killed his, his means of getting money, but he doesn't need it anymore. He doesn't need the currency.
Well, I think part of it too, and this is what I kind of just connected now as I'm thinking of it, is I think Anton, because he says to the accountant, did you know he gave the Mexicans a transponder? And the accountant says, yes, he figured more eyes on the job or more heads in the game, would make it easier. And I think that is something that kind of pissed Anton off, like the lack of faith in his ability to do it.
Because they got there too.
Right. And then
they
earlier in the movie, this would then explain, I'm only just realizing this now, and I could be wrong, but this is the logic I'm making. The 3 Mexican cartel guys he kills in the room Llewellyn had previously had, the room 138.
Oh my gosh, they are connected.
I believe those were probably 3 of the Mexican cartel guys that the boss had hired then, because the reason they're in that room is they probably also tracked Llewellyn down to that hotel, and they probably asked something. There's a little bit of headcanon trying to fill in a blank, but I figured they probably asked the person at the front desk, what was the last room somebody got? She says 138 because Llewellyn had just been in there. Thus, that brings them into room 138. And then that's where Anton starts figuring, okay, so they're tracking because they're all loaded with weapons. So they were obviously hired for something. And what a coincidence they'd be in the exact room Llewellyn had been in. So they must have been, I think at that point he's realizing, oh, so, he doesn't trust my ability to do this. That's disrespect to me that these guys are now getting in my way. If they kill Llewellyn before I do, I'll be pissed that I never got the ability to actually finish the job I wanted to. So at that point, he's furious with all of it, and that's why he goes back to the boss.
Yeah, I have a reputation. I did not.
And I'm only just figuring that
again
now.
And watch it again.
I'm just kind of putting that together
layers.
on the spot. Where I'm like, geez, I didn't even think of that until I was kind of replaying that accountant scene.
Oh my gosh, there are so many layers. And again, read the book because this thread with the hitchhiker girl is kind of important. And the audiobook. Again, I think in different countries they use different narrators, but the person who did the US audiobook, he was definitely had a grizzled Southwestern accent and also did a good job, distinguishing the characters, unlike
we
what
probably
I'm
just
doing
have
here.
Stephen Fry.
Oh my God, if only. I told you the story.
Who
we
does
couldn't
all the
even
documentaries.
Yep.
No,
his name is slipping my mind.
Attenborough.
Yeah, it's probably just Attenborough.
That would work. That would work for
Sir
Attenborough.
Sir Attenborough.
No, but God, and isn't it Stephen Fry does the UK Harry Potter, but you don't get that one. You get something else.
No, we get Jim Dale, who's wonderful. He's wonderful, but yeah, I had to purchase the DVD or the CDs in Britain.
Oh my God,
during a previous trip.
Yeah.
There's also some music
because it is a British novel. Sorry, we're just going to quickly go.
I know.
Why would you want if I'm like this book, if it was like an English person doing it, I'd be like
a posh British accent.
Yeah,
it wouldn't really fit.
Well, hello, yes.
It doesn't really fit for Ed Tom much.
Yeah, you need.
I could go into even like some of your music. We get a slightly different version here. Okay. I like there are British pop bands that I still like. I like Scouting for Girls. I love Scouting for Girls. And what you get here is not the exact same version of their music there. So literally when I travel and hey, I'll have my friends giving me orders when I'm over there in a few months, I pick up good old fashioned CDs because the Apple version or the iTunes version, whatever, is not the same. They chop it differently. It's very strange. Anyway, sorry for the diversion here, but we're at a very important. We're at a really important part of the story here, and I think I think where there is some criticism as to where the film goes next, I will tell you it is nearly identical to the book. And so you're at this point in the film where we're getting close to, in the all the important parties are beginning to converge in one place. And you know what's coming, and you're expecting a showdown.
Yeah. So now have you got the bit where just before the main bit, you got Tommy Lee Jones speaking to another sheriff? They've gone out for dinner.
Well, so
they've gone back, and it's kind of like they're going into like, oh, everyone. And then it's got into the next bit is then him walking back to the pool, I suppose is the best bit. Is that now?
So that happens. So first we get first we actually, after the boss scene with Anton and the accountant, we get to then Carla Jean and her mom in the taxi cab making their way to the bus station in Odessa to get to wherever the next location is, where the airport is. And at that point, we see that the Mexican cartel guys are trailing them in a separate car. And then when they get to whatever the bus station is, Carla Jean goes inside to then phone Tommy Lee's character, Ed Tom. And at that point, one of the cartel members comes up to Carla Jean's mom and offers her help with the luggage and all that. And it's just a ploy to get information. So he's kind of asking her like, oh, where you headed? And she says, wherever it is, the name is slipping my mind right now. It's where they have the nearest airport. And, she's like, oh, we're headed here, there, wherever. And that's where the Mexican cartel then gets the information of, obviously, this is where they're all meeting up, meaning the mother-in-law, the wife, and Llewellyn.
Is it a motel? Is it a hotel?
Yeah, it's a slightly bigger, slightly better type of motel. So then we see, that scene kind of breaks off. And then we get another scene of Anton, who is on the side of the road, yet again, trying to trick somebody else into another vehicle. So he's pulled over looking like he needs help. And this is another brilliant version of or display of Southern hospitality versus his just sociopathic, psychotic nature, where sure enough, a nice guy, chicken farmer, it seems like, who's got a truck bed full of chickens in cages, pulls over, just says like, hey, what's going on, neighbor, or something like that. Something friendly, offers to help jump the car and all that. And, from that point, Anton's asking him, like, where's your nearest airport? Or have you been here your whole life, type of thing. The guy says, yes, I've been here, born and raised, blah, blah, blah. He asks him, where's your nearest airport? The guy kind of goes off on like airstrip or airport, just again, that Southern, just friendliness of like, it's a simple question to answer, but just can't help that Southern hospitality nature of like chit chat, this, that, the other thing. Relax, buddy. We're just talking movies. Oh, here he goes. I think the neighbors are getting a little too loud for him. So then there's that little scene where then he figures, okay, so that's got to be where Llewellyn all right. I'll let you guys carry it from here. Just want to let you for a second. He seems a little upset.
He really wants to talk. Yep. Yeah, but it's kind of like the guys like that, and he's getting his jump leads out, if that's what you call them in the US.
Yes.
So it's like,
so jumper cables here. We call them cables.
Jump leads, the leads. And
put a pole up. Put a pole. Hey,
no pole. It's 50-50. It's 50-50. So we'll leave that up to the
cell phone. 50-50. Now we got to go jumper leads or cables.
So he goes into there, and then he kind of hands him over, and he's like, "Aren't you going to connect him?" And then he just gives the old kind of stuff, like, "Can you take your chickens off?" And it's like that. And he's like, "What?" And it's like, and then the next scene, what's happened. The next scene, he's in like a washroom, I suppose you want to call it, like a pressure room, and he's just like dousing out the feathers. It's like that. So you know what's happened. It's a bit obvious, but it's just like, oh, that guy was just being nice. It's just a bit horrid.
And that's what's so great about the way they play with that Southern hospitality and just general niceness versus his nature, because it really makes you feel bad for every poor individual that crosses his path, because they're just, that's it for them. Or not even crosses his path, just has something that's a means to his ends. Because for these guys, it's not that they're crossing his paths. It's just that he needs their vehicles, plain and simple. What happens with him, and it happens with the one in the beginning of the movie where for some reason he gave the gas station clerk a little bit more leeway and at least gave him the flip of a coin. But these guys had something he needed, so there was no courtesy there. It was just you got something I need, sorry, but you got to go type of thing.
And we're all converging. It's El Paso, I believe it
El
is.
Paso. Yep.
We're all converging on El Paso.
Sorry, one more thing I just forgot about that. That's when Carla Jean and Ed Tom have a phone call where she then phones Ed Tom, which is, again, why you kind of figure Ed Tom wanted that diner meetup with her to try to instill some trust, because obviously with everything going on, she's not trusting anybody at this point and wants to keep everything quiet. So she, especially, and now that we know she had some conversation with Wells, I think in the book side of things that we weren't aware of in the movie side, you got to figure at this point she's really untrusting of people. So he builds that level of trust with her to then give any information, that she may find out. So then she calls him when they're at the Odessa bus station. And the first thing she asks is actually, was that story about Charlie, the cattle farmer? He's like, was that real? And immediately Tommy Lee Jones just goes, who's Charlie? So it kind of lets you know that like it was just a metaphor he made up to gain trust. And then she's like, was it a true story? He's like, who's Charlie? He's like, oh yeah, Charlie. He's like, well, it's a story in the sense that it was truly a story, which was, again, just a bit of his fantastic dialogue and delivery throughout the whole movie. But then she essentially gives him the information that they're going to be at the El Paso, they're going to El Paso. They're going to meet at this motel, which is how kind of everybody then converges into this, including Ed Tom, how they all get into that same spot, same time.
So this is going to be where the next bit is, this is the downfall. Let's say this is the thing. I liked it, but I did I'm guessing it's different in the book, because the bit with, do you want a beer? Do you want to come into my room? I have like that. And he's like, no, he shows the wedding ring and all that. And then goes off like kind of thing. And then I think the next scene you get is the cops turning up. Yeah. Is the cops turning up, don't you? It's like everybody's
all happened very quickly.
Yeah, it's already it's done, dusted.
And almost a bit anticlimactic to a degree, which I think is
Mm-hmm.
something people probably took issue with. And before we jump into our feelings on that, I'm curious, Sandy, is that girl who asks about the beer supposed to be the kind of stand-in for the girl he picks up hitchhiking?
It is. And
That's
so she ends up being the girl by the pool who's shot, who you see when the sheriff pulls up and he looks over at the pool and there's a body in the pool. In the book, now in the film, I'm getting the feeling that that the sheriff has just missed this, just missed it. Like it was just happening, and I think you see the mom and Carla Jean in a cab somewhere, going somewhere, and so they're somewhere close, and I can't remember. Do they say they just missed him? Like, well, I'll ask the question in a minute. So the sheriff pulls up, looks down on the ground, sees all the casings. So this was not sugar. This was the Mexicans got there. You see the woman in the pool. You see people peeking their heads out of the doors, and he tells them to call the police.
Yep.
So he's missed this by a minute, and he you see that it's Llewellyn because you saw him buy those clothes, and he even says something, I haven't been all dudded up like this in a while. So let's hold there. In the film, in the book, this did not happen this quickly.
Oh, really? Interesting.
So in the film, Sugar is checked into a different motel and he's getting ready to go over there. He knows where Llewellyn is. The hitchhiker girl, whose name you never hear in the book, is in a different room. So they're not hooking up. There's nothing going on there. Hey, they're just on a spending spree, whatever it is. She's in a different room. He's even got her in a different room. She happens to come over and say, hey, you got one of them beers.
Mhm.
And the last you see them kind of sitting outside between the pool and the room in the book. So whenever it happened and it went down in the book, they were together. So their two bodies were together.
Mhm.
In the film, you see her body in the pool. The reason this is important in the film, that he showed the ring and said, "Hey, I'm married." In the book, when the sheriff tells Carla Jean, I don't know if she already knows, but she's heard that he was with another woman.
Oh,
And
interesting.
even though the sheriff says, "But they weren't together, I looked, she was in a separate room," Carla Jean can't so Carla Jean's gonna go from now until whenever thinking that he went off with another woman,
Mhm.
which just
Interesting.
totally devastates her.
Yeah.
You don't get that in the film
Right.
because they're just two characters, and she ends up in the pool and he ends up in the doorway.
Right.
It's a really important part of the film, that kind of goes to how Carla Jean felt after, I didn't just lose my husband, I lost my husband who was cheating on me, in her
Yeah.
mind. And it was really important to the sheriff to try his best to convince her that that wasn't true, because he didn't believe it was true,
Mhm.
because they were in two separate rooms. He
Right.
just thought she was random. He found out, she was a runaway. They had nothing to do with each other, but that's, whatever, either newspaper or, the police report. But by the time the Tommy Lee Jones character got there and other things, much more time had passed. Like
Mhm.
the shooting hadn't just happened in the film. It was a little in the book. It was a little more drawn out than that. Just in terms of timing.
Right. Right. Because in the film, as Tommy Lee Jones is driving up to the hotel, you see the SUV that the Mexicans had
Pulling
obviously,
out.
it's pulling out like 1,000
Yeah.
miles an hour. A couple of them are running up to it, still jumping in while it's in the middle of the road. So he's coming in literally like seconds after it all happened, type of thing. And then obviously, like you said, we go in, we see, we see the kind of nice clothes that Llewellyn's in, where he's laying in this. We pretty instantly can recognize that he's dead. Obviously, Tommy glances over at the pool. We see the girl there floating there dead. And there's a cartel member who's obviously took some hits from Llewellyn, because he's like crawling out as Tommy Lee's walking by him, still alive, but obviously very injured. And then, he says to the people in the room next to him, call the police, all that. And then he's like, "So I don't have my radio," obviously, which I was like, that's a nice little distinction to put that line in there, because you would have thought he'd been able to just kind of radio it in, but he's like, obviously I'm not radioed up, so call the police. And that's when we then see Carla Jean and her mom come in the cab. So I assumed, because obviously there's no, cell phones or mobile phones in that day, so it's not like they could have got the message on the road. So I'm assuming that was just the natural timing of them having finally made it from Odessa to El Paso bus station, and they were just taking their regular cab over to the hotel, to a motel, to meet Llewellyn, when they pull up and see this, all these flashing lights, all that, and Tommy Lee Jones' character starts walking towards them as he sees it's Carla Jean coming out of the cab, as well as her mother. And then, that's when she obviously puts together that Llewellyn's been murdered in that.
Yeah.
area.
Well, the only sign of it, he takes off his hat, doesn't he? That's it.
Right. Yeah. And which is like the classic movie, thing for cops delivering bad news type of stuff, that looking down, sad type of thing, so.
And then, then that is now the next scene is with the cop or the sheriff.
Yes.
Of the district.
Yep.
Yes,
Then they have that coffee at the diner,
Yeah.
where again, it's two older veteran cops talking just about how, how crazy crime has gotten, how senseless and violent crime has gotten since, the days when they started. And he even mentions something about Anton, where he's like, "Would you believe the guy, went, killed the clerk one night and then comes back to kill another guy in the hotel room again?" Just like still trying to wrap his mind around how this guy functions, how this guy acts, because it's just so out of the ordinary. And they have that nice little exchange. There's some good dialogue in there from Tommy's side of things, but it's slipping my mind at the moment. I wish I could remember, because I believe he had a really good couple lines in there.
Yeah, but I still like the next bit. He's like, he just sits like in his patrol car for like a couple of seconds, and then just goes, you know what? I need to go back. But he
Right.
doesn't know why, and he just goes back, you know.
It's just that
and
instinct.
yeah, just that instinct of like that. And that scene, I think, is quite very, very good. It's just like, you know, because he's there but not there, and it's just like they play it as like, you know,
Yeah,
you've missed him again, kind of
You've
things like
missed
that.
him by
Right.
minutes
Yeah.
again. The sweat is still on the bottle of milk.
Yep.
Yeah.
The little thing he picks up off the floor, the bolt that the lock piece of the lock that
Yeah.
the bolt had pushed through, you know, he just missed him again.
And I love how they set that up so intensely too, because for a second you start to think, "Oh shit, this
Is
is going
he
to
in
be
the
where this
room?
is where
Yeah.
Tom's going to die." Like, I don't want him to die. Like, come on, we already just lost Llewellyn. So for a second, they really set it up like that. So I'm assuming that I've never been able to pinpoint, but I'm guessing that maybe Anton's in a room next to it or something. They have to imagine it's not the same room, otherwise they would have ran into each other. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming it was a case of maybe he was in the next room or the room behind it, type of thing, similar to the earlier motel. But yeah,
So
but then
this
it's
is
another one
the
of those.
scene. The question you just asked is the scene that makes a lot of people change their entire perspective on this whole film and book. And so Tom's sitting on the bed, he's talking to himself. And he says, you know, what do you aim to do? What are you going to do? You don't know for sure that he's out there. Yes, you do. And he's talking to himself. And I looked up some, you know, some criticism on this film, all the way back to Siskel and Ebert to some other YouTube videos. There are entire videos out there about whether this is all a dream.
Really?
Because at the very end of the movie, Tom talks to Loretta
Right.
about his dreams. And I don't want to jump to there, but this is the point that this is the part of the film that people point to where they're convinced that Sugar is in the room, but it's all been a dream. And that this is, you know, in Tom's mind saying, you know, what are you going to do? Is he here? Is he out there? He's not out there. You know, he's out there. It's him say, is the whole thing real or is the whole thing not real? I don't buy that. I'll say this.
No, I don't buy
because
that.
having read the book and having watched the film, but there are a lot of interesting questions. And in the book at the end, it goes way more in depth about his conversations with Loretta about the dreams. And I combed back through the book because I wanted to see if he had ever talked to Loretta specifically about this case, because you know the whole Sixth Sense situation where when you watch it the second time, you realize the thing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Won't spoil it because once you spoil it, you can never unspoil it. I combed back through the book to say, oh my gosh, if he never actually mentioned this specific case they're working now to Loretta, then maybe it is all a dream. There's only one statement in this entire book where she asks something about, you got to find that boy, meaning Llewellyn. You got to find him before the other guy does. So that's the only specific reference in any of their conversations. So it makes me think, okay, it is real. But it's really interesting that in all their other conversations about the work, growing older, needing to retire, what you're going to do, all these conversations are happening while he's working on this case where there's 11 people dead in a small town and she never mentions it. So then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it is all a dream. But I don't think it is. But this scene is the one that a lot of folks point to because Sugar has to be in the room, or is he not in the room? Well, again, the book spaces out time differently than the film. But it's just an interesting question to think about. There are other folks who also point out that when Tommy Lee Jones sits down to drink the milk, he looks in the television and he sees himself, and there's a clear shadow. He sees himself and his shadow. And when Sugar looks at himself in the television, it's only him and there's no shadow. So who knows? Who knows? But there are these little clues that make people think that maybe this is one of the dreams that he describes to Loretta at the end of the book when he talks about all of his dreams.
So that is interesting. I have honestly never in my viewings of this movie ever considered it
No,
being a
never.
dream
Yeah.
scenario.
Mm.
I'd like to look into a little bit more of some of people just breaking down why they think those things point to it, because I can't see it personally. I think it all happens real time in terms of a real story as far as fiction goes. I know that sounds kind of like an oxymoron, but it's I do think it takes place as a real story in terms of this movie. I had never considered that even once, that it would be a dream scenario. That's
I do
really
too. I
interesting.
do think it's real, but I do think, again, it's a film that is worth looking at over and over and over again. And I'll stop saying it now and read the book, because the book
I
is
actually just ordered the
very
book, so
layered.
I'm very
Yeah,
it should be here Monday, so
I
I'm
think you're
interested to
gonna
get my
enjoy
hands
it.
on it.
It's an easy read too, because it's all dialogue. And like I said, it's only 200 and some pages. 300. Okay, so it's 300 pages. It's really an easy read. But yeah, so we've gotten there. So we didn't get to see, and this is where some people, again, they were thinking we're building up to this showdown between Sugar and Llewellyn, and it didn't happen. And you
Yeah.
didn't see it, and it
And not
Oh,
happened
only
I, but I
right.
like that. I like that.
I
See,
do
and that's what I
too.
was gonna say, is that it's one of those scenarios where it almost feels anticlimactic, because obviously we're expecting a showdown between the two of them. We don't get that, and we don't even get to see the showdown between him and the cartel members that actually ends up,
No.
taking his life. So at first, when it first happens, you almost kind of don't believe it, and for a second, I thought that maybe he was still alive, until you get to that scene in the morgue where Tommy Lee Jones' character Ed Tom is staring down at his corpse on the table. That's when I'm like, oh shit, no, he really is dead. And then obviously you get the news from even when he delivers the news in that scene when Kyla Jean pulls right up, I'm still kind of like, but is he dead, or is he just very hurt and that's why she's crying? But then you see him in the morgue, like, no, he's actually dead. So the first time watching it, I was like, I was so caught off guard, wasn't expecting it, and was kind of still expecting him to be alive in some way. And then obviously he's not, and you watch it a few times over since that point, where you're like, I kind of actually do like that. It's kind of subverts your expectations of what you were thinking you'd see, but in a way that works. It's very matter of fact, like, nope, he's just
It's very
dead.
Coen Brothers.
Yeah, it is, and it just works.
Yeah.
A lot of cases I could see that kind of pissing people off and being like, what an anticlimactic ending to that part of the story. But for me, it works. I really like it. It's something you don't really expect. You expect to see the big gunfight or something. You'd seen, a few of them when they kind of match up with each other, or when he's just going on, against other people. So it was so unexpected for it to end that way, and just so quickly too, because you go from him saying, she says, "Oh, I'm going to go get the ice chest with the beer," the girl by the pool. And then all of a sudden it does a slight fade into the same, a scene in the same area where Tommy Lee Jones is coming up in his cop car. And then all hell broke loose, and that's it. Llewellyn's done.
Yeah. And I think is it right? You got the next kind of major scene is just the funeral.
Right. Yep. And the funeral is actually for her
Yep.
mother, I believe. Correct? Am I wrong? I want to say her, because I think her mother mentions having had cancer. So I was under the impression that funeral, I'd have to go back and watch it to see the
it's her
headline,
mother.
but I thought it was actually for her mother.
Yeah.
So again, it's like not even the mourning of him.
Yeah, it goes back to the family home. And then who is waiting? And
there's a scene before that,
Ooh.
and I can't, now my head hurts because I can't remember if it's in the film or not, where Sugar is going to another boss.
Yeah,
So the
I don't believe that's in the film.
No,
okay,
it's not in the film.
so the boss that he offed in the film, Sugar was playing multiple people against each other. So just before this scene, Sugar is meeting with another man behind a desk, and the man behind the desk says, Sugar says, we have a lot to talk about. We could do a lot of business, and we'll be dealing with new people, and there won't be any problems on my end. And the person behind the desk says, what happened to the old people, meaning the old bosses? They've moved on to other things. Not everyone is suited to this line of work. The prospect of outsized profits leads people to exaggerate their own capabilities, et cetera, et cetera. And in the office, it's an elegant office, and Sugar's kind of dressed down, and Sugar's kind of looking around the office, and the man behind the desk is looking kind of down at Sugar. and there are all these, incredibly expensive paintings on the wall. And Sugar makes a comment and says, "This is a nice office. Is that an original?" And the man behind the desk looks at the painting and smiles and says, "No, of course it's not. I keep the originals in a vault." And and Sugar goes on and discussing business, but the implication there is everything is fake and phony.
Mhm.
Everything is fake and phony, and Sugar is in control. And he's the one. So he's now chosen a new cartel leader or whoever to be doing business with on his terms. And he's moved on, but he still has the accountability of Carla Jean.
Mhm.
So now we get to Carla Jean's coming back from the funeral.
Right. So we see Kyla Jean coming back from her mother's funeral. She's, dressed in all black. She walks into the house. I believe she sits down in the kitchen and notices like the windows open. And I don't know that she thinks too much of it, so much as just kind of notices it, or like the film wants us to notice it to kind of foreshadow what comes next. So then she goes into her bedroom and she sees none other than Anton sitting in the armchair in the corner. And then it opens up a really good little dialogue between the two of them where she's kind of like, I figured this might come, that this wasn't over yet type of thing.
This is a longer dialogue than with any of the other people that he either killed or gave the flip of the coin to.
Mm-hmm.
And in a sense, okay, she's the most simple of all the characters, probably the least educated. I think she goes the most toe to toe with him during this
she
conversation.
doesn't stand down.
Yep.
Yeah.
She has a great dialogue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even when she, like everybody else, is like when he does the call it, and she's just like, "No, what's the point?"
Right.
You're like that. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Whereas everybody else is scared. She's just like, "What's the point?"
Right.
You know,
which is something that has to
I'm
piss
gonna
him off.
I'm gonna let you do it. If you want to do it, I'm gonna let you make that decision.
Right. It's gonna be your choice. You're not gonna default to fate or whatever mechanisms you use in your own mind to justify things that you do. You're gonna make the call. I'm gonna, it's the one bit of control she has in this situation where she really doesn't have much control, and it's enough to really probably piss him off because, as Sandy just alluded to, he's all about being in control of these, the situations he puts himself in.
The beginning of the conversation, she says, "You don't have to do this." And it plays back to all the other people who have said you don't have to do this, including probably the Mexican and who says in Spanish. So now I'm going to go back and listen and see, but I'm pretty sure if I were to, put my money on it, and I would know what I am betting on, that the person is saying you don't have to do this, because when she says it, he says, "They all say that."
Right. Right.
And she says, "Well, you don't." And he says, "It's not any help though, isn't it? So why do you say it?" And she says, "I ain't never said it before." So, like, in other words, her simple dialogue, her simple mind, and that's, not disrespect, but wow, he can't argue with that.
Right.
He's asking her, "Why do you all say it?" And she's like, "Well, I ain't never said it before.
Right.
I've never been in this situation before, of course."
Right. Like, have you ever considered you're the common denominator here type of thing?
Yeah.
And he says, after she says, "I ain't never said it before," he says, "Any of you," meaning I'm talking about any of you. She says, "But there's just me. There ain't anybody else. It's just me sitting here." And he says, "Yes, of course." So she's making incredible logical sense, which again, it's not going to get her any other outcome. He pulls out the coin after more exchanges and says, "Call it." And she says, "I won't do it." "Yes, you will. Call it." "God wouldn't want me to do that." "Of course he would. You should try to save yourself. Call it. Here's your last chance." She calls heads, it's tails, but they continue to talk. And in the film, well, let me say, he does explain to her why he can't, because she says one more time, "You don't have to do this." And he says, "You're asking that I make myself vulnerable, which I can never do. I have only one way to live, and it doesn't allow for special cases.
Mm.
Do you understand? When I came into your life was over. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is the end. You can say that things could have turned out differently, but they wouldn't. They're they are this way. You're asking that I second say the world, don't you see? And she says, yes, I do. I truly do. Now, he's convinced her, but up against her logic, he's revealed much more than he has to anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
The film ends there. The book doesn't. Well, the film then goes to back to
Abe's favorite scene.
the sheriff and Loretta.
Well, first we get the car accident.
The car accident.
Right,
Oh,
the car accident scene.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And
Well,
then we
see,
jump back to
let me say it this way.
Ed Tom.
The scene ends there
Yeah.
in the
Mhm.
film. It
Yeah.
does not end there in the book. But I'm going to
Okay.
hold on what
Interesting.
happens next after she says, I do, I truly do.
Yeah.
Because in the film, you
he
don't
comes
know.
out. He comes out and wipes. He kind of looks at his feet, gives him a little bit of a
Right.
wipe, and then kind of just gets
Which
into the vehicle.
I've always took as checking for blood from having just
I did
off
as well.
her.
Yeah,
I've always
it's
assumed
kind
it
of
was
like-
that. And then in the vehicle, and then we get the crash scene.
What
right
always
after
makes me jump. Always makes me jump.
Yeah, and I
yeah.
know it's coming too, but it's such an intense crash that it gets you.
Yeah, it's like green light, boom, damn. Oh, yeah, it's like with that bit in Jaws with the head. You see the arm. Sorry, everybody. Oh,
Yeah,
it's like that. Exactly. If you know it's coming, you give a jump.
And
it's
the
like that,
one thing with that scene, I think it's the first time we see any kind of panic or at least quickened thinking and hasty decision making out of Anton, because it's the one thing that he really didn't see, quite literally didn't see coming.
Didn't see it coming.
Right. So it kind of just completely throws him off tilt, and he's not, it's not a full on panic or anything, but you can tell the rushed state of mind that he's in, that he's never been in the entire movie.
He's not in control of fate,
right,
as he thinks he is.
Right. At this point, he thinks, shit, like this actually, I could get caught here type of thing, which, obviously, and even in the beginning of the movie, he was caught by that other police officer, but calm, cool, and collective the entire time. It had never been that kind of blindside hit, injuries that he wasn't expecting, things like that. It's the first time he's really just like lost control of a situation.
But I like it just before the crash. He sees the kids on the bike.
Mm-hmm.
He looks in a couple of times, and then he looks in the rear view mirror just before the crash. And I was thinking like, oh, when you first see it, you think, oh, does he think? And you can often that they are in the vicinity, so I need to kill him. But then it ends up they're the actual people who get him out the shit.
That help him out.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
I think before we jump to the last scene with Ed, Tom, and Loretta, I think we missed one scene which happens after, I think, the dinner with him and the other police officer, where he then goes to meet the former officer that he knows through some way, Ellis. I don't know if it's just a friend of his father's or some family member or something.
It's his uncle in the book.
Uncle?
So in the book, in the book, when what the film says he was a sheriff at 25 at the same time his father was a sheriff, which was quite something to be proud of.
Yep.
In the book, he was the sheriff at the same time his grandfather was sheriff.
Interesting.
So you had a 25-year-old and like a 55-year-old
Mm-hmm.
or 65-year-old. And his father, they specifically said, was not a sheriff.
Interesting.
But his uncles were. And so Ellis in the book is his grandfather's brother.
Interesting. I didn't realize that.
So the age difference here. So when you think about it, it's like, okay, he's about to retire. He's 60. You're going to say 62-ish, right?
Mm-hmm.
The old man he sees in the book is in his 90s.
Okay. Interesting. I assumed it was an uncle, but I wasn't positive. Just by the way they kind of talked about the father and all that, I just assumed it was, but I wasn't sure it was just a family friend, a police officer friend type of thing. But I do like that scene because it's just another good bit of dialogue from Ellis. Has some good dialogue in there too, but more so from Tommy, where Ellis is kind of annoyed or disappointed in the fact that he calls it quitting. I believe his retirement. He says, "Loretta tells me you're quitting," and Tommy just kind of alludes to the fact that he's done with it and all that. And there's a great little line where he says something like, "I thought in my old age, God would find me. Turns out He didn't." And I think that's alluding to the idea of like he figured at some, just all the evil, all the
Yeah.
horrible crimes he's seen is just worn him down, and he's just tired. And he figured, at some point as I got older, I'd start to see, a little bit of the light, the better things in life. I'd have some of this behind me in terms of my career. But as his career's gone on, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse in terms of the violent crimes he's seen. And then a part of him takes that as blame on himself, where he's like, I wouldn't blame him for his opinion of me either. And that's when Ellis comes in and says, like, you don't know his opinion of you, all that kind of stuff. Meaning, you're just kind of talking from your perspective here. You don't know the overall picture of things. You're just kind of in a bit of a rut type of thing. And which is why he alludes the idea of like, don't quit. Doesn't want him to necessarily quit over some of the things he's seen. But at the same time, we all realize too, even Tommy Lee Jones' character in that movie is fairly old. So everybody's got to retire at some point. But yeah, I just thought it was an interesting kind of perspective between, one, how Ed Tom's viewing this sort of luck or whatever you want to call it that he's had in his career in terms of the stuff he's had to face, versus somebody from the older time kind of trying to convince him not to quit or not to give up on, doing what you do type of thing. Just a little bit of good dialogue, nice little scene in there too. It's not super pivotal to the movie as a whole, but again, just another display of good acting and good dialogue.
And I think we haven't mentioned something that Tommy Lee Jones's character says over and over again, is that I'm responsible for taking care of these people in my town, and I'm responsible to take care of them. He says it several times in the film, and of course it's throughout the book, like, that he feels personal responsibility for all these people. And as these, bodies keep adding up and they keep going over the count over and over again, with everyone, to him is probably a failure. And, this is so beyond him. This is beyond sheriff on a horse,
Right.
with a 6-shooter. This is very different. And the times have changed, and it's gone by him. And perhaps even in the book, maybe I'm saying 62, 65, but back in the 80s, like my granddads both retired in the 80s and they were 55. You retired at 55. That was your retirement age. So old men, it's not what we think of today as 80 and 90-year-olds. It's just men who've done enough and they can't do
Right.
any more. There's nothing more that he could do to protect the people that he's protecting. Which may be what manifests in these dreams that are referenced more in the books, in all the conversations between him and Loretta. And in fact, I can't remember in the film if he ever tells like the other deputy about like how he and Loretta met and how they were meant to be. And
No,
I don't think they touch on it in the film.
he goes into how they met when they were young, and they were just meant to be. They were meant for each other, and how wonderful she's been in his life, that he confides everything in her. And the complexity of these dreams, and they keep him awake, and he constantly talks to her about him. I think there are at least one scene in the film where he's kind of in a sweat talking to her. This happens over and over again. And I think that also plays into the, potential theory that this whole thing is a dream, because it's part of the book. And at the end, when he's talking about the dreams, and it's his father in the book, it's his grandfather. In the film, it's his father. And he says, I think she said, you had the dreams again. And he said, yeah. And she said, about your father. He said, yeah, I think in one he gave me some money and I lost it. Which is like, oh my God, you're disappointing your father. And in the book, it's you're disappointing your grandfather by making this decision to step down. And now he's talked to Ellis, and now he's disappointing his uncle, and he's letting the family down. He's letting the town down. But there's nothing more he can do.
Right.
There's absolutely nothing more he can do. Harkening back as well to his time in Vietnam, which I can't remember if it's in the film or not.
No, they don't mention his time in Vietnam, I don't think.
No.
So in these conversations with Loretta, and then with Ellis, and with the other sheriff, the sheriff from El Paso, he is a Bronze Star winner. Yeah, Bronze Star, not Medal of Honor. Bronze
Mhm.
Star is like our second highest in the United States
Mhm.
military honor. The highest honor is the Medal of Honor, which is like your Victoria Cross, Stasis.
Yep.
So he is a Bronze Star winner for his service in Vietnam. But it was because he led a unit and they accomplished their mission, but he was the only one who survived. And he has felt survivor's guilt because he feels like he left his men behind and that
Interesting.
he was forced to accept the Bronze Star by his, by everybody. You can't, he tried to turn it down and he was forced to accept it. So he's been living with survivor's guilt his entire life. And he doesn't want to let anybody down. And it manifests in these dreams. And this is such an important part of the book. Again, so hoping that this isn't a dream, I don't think this is all a dream, but it leaves open the door to wonder, what that's doing to his mind at this stage in his life, and all the weight, and he feels like he has just let everyone down, and now he can't even save Carla Jean, because in the book they don't leave it unambiguous. They are ambiguous in the book. They do leave out, you don't know what happened when Llewellyn was killed, identical to the film. It happens, quote, off screen and off book. But in the book, after she says to him that she understands, she truly does. Good, he said, that's good. And then he shot her. So it's in the book.
Yeah.
So for sure what had happened. And then the very next word is, so you don't see the car accident that is so graphic in the film. So then he shot her. The car that hit Sugar in the intersection 3 blocks from the house was a 10-year-old Buick that had run a stop sign.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's that. And then you get to him flagging a kid down for a shirt because the bone was sticking out of his arm.
That's interesting. I wonder why they chose to leave that out of Tommy Lee's character, because I feel like it has a nice layer.
It does. The Vietnam story is one, and the thread between, so we talked about the 3 main characters. You've got Sugar and the sheriff and Llewellyn. We know Llewellyn fought in Vietnam. We know Wells was in Vietnam. We know the sheriff was in Vietnam. This book, written in 2005, we're still in a time, my father being one, of, Vietnam era veterans are still with us, but there really aren't any World War II era veterans left. There are very, very few. The Vietnam era veterans are, starting to pass away, and many of them living with survivor's guilt. Many of them every single day. I go to the wall every Memorial Day. I visit all of the memorials, all the war memorials in DC, and it's somber, it's solemn, but there are fewer and fewer every year who make the visit. So I think it's an important part of the book. I think it's a story that a lot of older, not just men, but men and women in that generation could really identify with the kind of guilt that he feels that goes through the book that isn't very that isn't prevalent at all in the film.
Yeah, that's honestly, it's making me really excited to read this book, because I can't wait to get my hands on it now. It seems like it's so well written.
It's a lot. Oh my gosh!
That's such a. It's a little, honestly, even just hearing it was a little bit of a disappointment that they didn't include, that whole piece of Ed Tom's character. That seems like it just would have amplified it that much more. And it's something that Tommy Lee Jones could have pulled off very, very well.
He could have. I wonder if they felt too many of those side conversations with him and other people might have, I don't know, might have dragged the movie. How long is this film?
2 hours and 2 minutes. 2 hours and 2 minutes. I looked up earlier.
It's only about 2 hours. Yeah. I think it's like I said before, it's at times purposely paced slowly to try to
Mhm.
amplify the intensity of
Mm.
things. So I think it feels a little bit longer than 2 hours, but it's a nice little wrapped up film. It's nothing
Yeah.
too long.
So, Stasis, you were the one who said you felt it was dragging at the one point. How did you feel about, how we got to the ending?
This is the thing. There's that bit that, like, there's 3 segments of this. That middle section I found kind of, I don't want to say this, but a little bit boring and a little bit dragged out. The ending I loved. I love those
Mhm.
kind of endings. I do. I'm there. I can understand why people will go, I'm so effed off. There was no closure between the characters, because it
Mhm.
is a triangle triangle pivot, but everything that happens to him is by other people. Yeah. Like, so I can understand when people might get pissed off with this movie, because there isn't that, what you are heading towards doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Right.
It's literally, and then at the end scene is a dialogue ending scene. And it just ends. That is very Coen brothers. They love that. I think I know one probably movie where they kind of wrap it up. The others, they don't wrap up. It's literally left for you to then go back to the book, go back to watch the movie and make up your own mind. But I like that. I like a movie
Yeah, I agree.
that just goes, ooh, I want to figure out. My girlfriend hates it.
Mm.
She forgot about this movie. She was like, "Oh, I've remembered why I didn't like this movie," and that is why. And she was like, "Because it just didn't end. There was no ending." I was like, "Oh, but I like that."
There was an
She
ending.
Yeah, there was to me, and I liked it. For her, it didn't have that closure. It had,
Yeah.
I don't want to think about it. I just want it to be told. And then she didn't get that. So she got a bit annoyed. But I like it. It's like Miller's Crossing, what we have things. She liked the ending, but she was slightly annoyed with the ending because it did exactly the same. It was just like, oh, I don't know, but there's another scene. Tell me the next scene. And of course, yeah, there could have been another scene in this. It could have wrapped it up kind of nicely. But I liked it. But that's what, the Coen brothers are kind of they like that.
It's their style. And I can, to be completely fair, this is one of my favorite movies, but I totally understand people who have that perspective and why it doesn't work for them. You do have to be able to like that kind of ending. Where you are left kind of thinking, wondering, talking with other people, like you said, going back to rewatch it, going back to read the book, things like that. So I can totally see why people have that opinion of it. But it does work for me. I thoroughly enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's like the people that are pissed off with the Sopranos ending.
Yeah,
they kind of really want to see it. Like, no, we went. What you just don't tell.
Well,
let's have a whole. We will have a whole separate discussion on that because
you can understand that. You can understand why people go, no, I need to see it. I need to feel it. I need to be told about it. And then the other people go, ooh, I like that. Oh,
go ahead, Jay.
No. Sorry, I was just going to say it's a very ballsy choice on how to finish something. But it works for me. But sorry, go ahead, Sam. I'm sure you had a better, more to say than just that it was ballsy.
I was going to say if you respect the writer as the creator, right? So David Chase, the writer, the painter, the lyricist, whatever form of art, if you respect them as the creator and owner, David Chase ended the story where he wanted to end it. It doesn't matter whether Tony Soprano lived or died. The story ended.
Right.
That's the piece that allows me to say this is all okay, right? And that's how we get through. Oh my gosh, what happened? Because we could have whoever here hasn't watched all the Sopranos. I know.
Sopranos.
Don't get started.
We'll get 6 hours soon.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to. I did want to put up.
And while you grab that, Sandy, I was just going to say one thing to your point, Stasis, is, and like kind of how you said, how it is it's a triangular story, but it's not revolving so much around one or the other as much as they just interweave. And that's one thing I love about this movie. And I pointed out at the beginning, it is a case of, I was never expecting the Mexican cartel to be the one that comes in and ends Lewin's life in this movie. But again, the movie isn't centered around any the happenings of it isn't necessarily centered around Anton or Llewellyn.
But none of it doesn't make sense.
There are these other factors that are taking place that which is why I think it worked for me, and I like that. Like there are other factors that take place
because it's kind of like not true life. Of course, it's not true life,
Mhm.
but it's kind of like, yeah, there would be other factors that you wouldn't see.
Right.
That just going to come out there if you like, because you're playing the numbers game, and then
Mhm.
Sandy took a segue because she's got the numbers.
Yeah,
I'm just going to
perfect.
give a quick warning. We just had a huge lightning, like 3 and 4 lightning thunder. A big severe storm has snuck up on us. So if I drop, continue without me. If I lose
Time
internet,
goes on.
but just so you know, the budget again. This is 2000 and probably 2007 that it was made. $25 million budget. You know, no special effects, no
Mhm.
grand CGI.
Mhm.
This is really exploiting the beauty of the American Southwest, obviously. So a low budget film that's 38.8 inflation adjusted today. This film killed it at the box office,
Yeah, no
literally.
kidding.
Look
It
at
got
the
it
profit.
got a lot of critically acclaimed. I think this is where, not like today, when probably a lot of the elderly statement critics were actually telling the truth, that they go and watch
Mhm.
this movie. But I think also it helped. The Coen brothers had a good, they had a couple of hits. People
They
were
did.
interested, and they had a couple of good names for themselves. And yeah, they got some good names in this movie, to
Yeah.
It's
do it.
definitely a box
Definitely a
office
good cast.
draw.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead, please.
oh no, sorry. I was just going to say to your point about the elder statesman type of critics kind of being a little bit more truthful. That it was also a time when people cared more about what critics had to say,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
cared more about Oscar buzz and Oscar nominations and awards and things like that. So all of that together, really, I think this.
Mhm.
Oh well, we got the Academy Awards coming up right here. So yeah, I think that all really helped the word of mouth on this one.
And criticism back then was more thoughtful, which is, I think,
Right.
this is what we're trying to do here, viewers and folks in chat. We're trying to, have some intelligent conversation, not
Mm.
just, we're not shills. Obviously,
Yeah.
these films are done and gone and have, cashed in their chips, but we want to have a really intelligent conversation about the writing, about the cinematography, about
Mhm.
the acting, and of course, about the acting. But in
I
this
can
film,
understand, like this one, the BAFTAs. I know they did
oh
cinematography. I
yeah,
can understand why the cinematography won on this. It is a very beautifully shot.
It
But
is.
then, like
It is.
Miller's Cross is beautifully shot. I'm
Yeah.
guessing they might have won in that, but this is very beautifully shot. I'm very surprised he won supporting actor. I must say that.
again,
Yeah.
it was, Josh Brolin was listed as the
Mm.
lead actor, and
Mhm.
Tommy Lee Jones and Javier Bardem were listed as supporting actors. The only other nomination, Kelly McDonald did get a nomination as supporting actress, I think, for a BAFTA, but did
Mm.
not win.
Mhm.
Um, and I didn't do it ahead of time, should have done the research, but I'll bet if we go back to 2007, there was a lot of competition, just like when we looked back at Miller's Crossing competition. There probably were quite a few good films that the other actors had to contend with. The award for adapted screenplay is correct because the Coen brothers didn't write the film; they adapted the book. The and there were a whole host of other awards, in different film festivals and
Yeah.
other genres. As I mentioned, Cormac McCarthy won a Pulitzer Prize for The Road, but lots of acclaim for this book. Many other awards um, for this book. I'm pretty much definitely gonna look for this on Blu-ray as
Mm.
well, because my opinion of this film has just increased after reading the book, after rewatching the film, and talking to both of you. I think in our initial rating, I called it a 3, which was, hey, recommend, but not on the top of the list. I jumped that to a 1. I can't say
Ooh.
enough about the
Wow.
film, and
Wow,
I'm going
that
to
I'd
watch it
love to hear
again.
Yeah,
that.
see, I'm still gonna stick it at 3 because I'm
Okay.
gonna be a bit harsher because
Mhm,
it's not the best Coen brothers out there. I think
mhm.
some other Coen brothers I like the movie. I find it lax at times, like because they don't hastily things. This movie, I think, needed another 25 minutes, but then they needed to reduce some scenes because they need to flesh out that kind of that middle section wasn't needed so much because they didn't do it, but I was still yeah, it is a recommendation for me. Like, it is one of those ones I would say, oh, you need to watch it. But if somebody come out with another Cummings movie, I'd be like, oh yeah, that is kind of better. I like that one more, just before the full entertainment. This is probably the best suspense one they've got out there. I would say, like, what you don't know really what's going on until the end, and then but I can I'm gonna have to pull it just because I know a lot of people are I'm pissed off with this movie, but I like it. I think it's one of their better directed ones. I think this is where they played into the dialogue very well, and now we know it's like heavily from the book, from the novel itself. But yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one.
It's a good. So previously we did give a 1 to 10 rating. So Jay, this is yours. What's your 1 to 10 rating?
So was our 1 to 10 being 10 the best?
10 was the best.
Right. So
10's perfect. Magnificent.
I put this one as, like I say, I always like to do decimals. So I'd probably give this one like an 8.1, 8.2. I have this in the 8s, the low 8s in terms of, the decimal side of things. I think it's a great movie. Obviously, it was one of my number ones that I did for our system. And for all the reasons I said earlier, cinematography is phenomenal. The acting is just top notch. The dialogue, which fantastic to know that it's directly from the book, because I think you should even give screenwriters and directors credit for how well they adapt things a lot of the times, because we've seen adaptions go horrible before many times over.
For sure.
So to see that they adapted it so well is really great. There's just so many things about this film. I love it. So I give it about an 8.1, 8.2, somewhere in there. It's not perfect. I think some of the things we discussed, like there is a little bit of a little too slow of pacing in some of those motel sections in the middle where Stasis, had pointed out. I would agree there. I think some of the decisions by Llewellyn in terms of not getting far enough away from the situation can be a little bit like, come on, dude, you could have easily played that a little better. Right.
Yeah.
Even the not checking the money, like at some point you should have checked that money earlier before to realize, not even so much looking for a transponder, but even just to see how much is there, to make sure it's not a couple hundreds on the outside and a lot of ones on the inside type of thing. So a few reasons why you probably should have already at least gone through that case, opened it up, checked it out, transferred the money maybe to a case that he has, or a different, there's a few logical things that
a duffel bag is going to be
right.
much easier than a document case.
Right. So there's definitely a few things that fall short logically. So I can't put it too high on these in the scale of 8s, but I do give it a solid B-. That's how we do it here. I don't know what the grading system is where you guys are, but we have anything in the 80s is either B+, B, or B-. So I give it a B-. I love this film. I really do. I think it's great. And a thing I was just looking up, because I do agree with Javier Bardem having won that supporting role, because I think this was the one that really put him on the map in terms of I think he won an Oscar before, but this one really made him more of a bigger name in the world of acting. And just I wanted to see kind of who else was up for supporting role that year. So it was Casey Affleck in The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, Javier Bardem, obviously, in No Country for Old Men, Philip Seymour Hoffman for Charlie Wilson's War, Hal Holbrook for Into the Wild, and Tom Wilkinson for Michael Clayton.
Oh my God. Good. All of those films.
Yeah, so it was a pretty competitive year in that category. And I think he won it by my standard. I think he was just brilliant in this film.
You can't knock but you can't knock the performances of anyone.
That's like I said, really competitive.
I don't know what it is, mate. Like, do you have to if you watch a lot of the Coen brothers movies, they get the best out of them. They get the best out of them. Because you see, because like everyone, like we've said it in the past, like the things. I'm just off the top of my head, some other movies I'm thinking about Coen brothers. I'm not sure when, unless I won't spoil it. But they just literally seem to like get the best. Like, oh no, this is like, I don't know if it's like how they pitch it or it's like when they're directing at the time. They just seem to be able to now, no, this is your performance. This is how I want you to do it, but give your game. And they do. They just literally, they seem to get, get the best. Yeah.
And actually, while I'm just looking at the site here because I believe it won Best Picture that year as well, if I'm correct. I think we just saw that on that slide.
Yes,
I don't know if it was nominated for. Yeah, I thought it won. So the pictures it was up against was Atonement, Juno, which is if that's the one I'm thinking of, it's kind of surprising to see on
Yeah,
there.
that was.
I would not have thought that would be up there. But again, we see Michael Clayton. We see obviously No Country for Old Men, and the last one for that category was There Will Be Blood with Daniel Day-Lewis, which again, another really good film too. So pretty good competition there too. Outside of Juno feels very misplaced on that list, but so be it. Unless there's a Juno that I'm not thinking of. But
no, it's the one you think.
It's the one you seems really misplaced. But again, yeah, competitive year, so it did really well. It definitely performed pretty well.
Go on, Sandy. 10 out of 10 or what?
No, not a 10 out of 10. I'd say, I really like the film. I'd say a 7 out of 10, between a 7 and an 8. It just,
hold it. 7 out of 10 for the movie and the book.
Oh, 10
I'm guessing you would call it. Is it a short novel? I suppose you would call it a short novel.
To me, I call this a short novel. Yeah.
Okay.
It's. I will say there is one annoying problem with the book version. The audiobook, you don't notice this in the audiobook. So Cormac McCarthy typed out every one of his novels on the same old typewriter.
No kidding.
The manuscript, although it's in typeface and was probably handled on a computer, of course, the dialogue scenes have no punctuation. So he's gone. Who was that? E.E. Cummings, who used no punctuation. One of those old poets. It's a little annoying, and there's no quote marks. You just have to figure out when you've moved from narration to dialogue, which you can. What he does is the narration from the sheriff is in italics, so at least that helps. But there are a few parts when you're actually reading the book that it gets a little confusing because there's no punctuation. So you'll see that you figure it out. The audiobook was just wonderful. The book is a 10 out of 10. Maybe a 9. Let me not, I do have to leave room for Shakespeare. So let's call it a 9 out of 10. But I'm really, really impressed. I'm sad to say that I had never read any of Cormac McCarthy's books previously, and I definitely will. I will definitely read The Road. The other ones of his that were made into films were All the Pretty Horses and Blood Meridian. You've probably heard of those. I haven't seen any of those films, but I have heard of them. So this adventure definitely makes me want to check him out more. I already knew the Coen brothers and their style and quality, but this adventure, and this is why I love The Wheel of Film, because I wouldn't have picked this up again. Hey, I saw the movie a long time ago. Whatever. I wouldn't have picked it up if we hadn't been doing this. So I hope those who are listening here at Film Club, jump along with us and try out a film that you might not have looked at again, because there's some real gems out there.
Well, before I give my score, our next one's quite a different one.
Oh man, are we up for a change of pace or what?
So anyway, before we go into that, and then we're probably going to do, because Sandy just needs her research time. So mine's going to be a 7. It's going to be a 7 out of 10. It's like, I like it, and it's one of those ones you will watch. Let's be kind. It's not one you're going to pick up, I don't think, by DVD. I don't think it's going to be like, oh, I want to watch this week. It's very good. You probably do it once a year, and I think that you're going to get that kind of. You're going to think. I don't think it's one of those. Like I don't know, a Goodfellas. You could watch it 2-3 times a year. You could really enjoy it. Really get it. This is good, but it's not that punch in the gut that you kind of want from a movie. It's entertaining. It's very clever. The acting's amazing. You kind of now. If I was doing it the other day, I wouldn't say this. I miss this kind of movie. I miss it because it's intelligent. And that's the thing. Yeah. So I kind of, for that, it's still a 7 out of 10. I still like it. Yeah, I just kind of miss them when I was watching it. I was like, oh, I miss this kind of movie. Oh, I just really enjoyed the look of it. I agree. The stylization is just not overtelling everything. You just got to be clever in your own sense of what you're watching. But it's good. And it wouldn't have been one that I would have rewatched. I must say is that. So it's good. Even though it's on you can always pick it up on like some streaming service all the time, because I think it's one of their most popular ones, especially one of the Oscars. But next, we have got a different pace. We're going
I'm so
disco,
excited.
baby. We're
Oh,
going
yeah.
disco.
We're going
So we're
disco.
disco. That's it. So that's it. So we've got next is Sandy. Over to you because it's one of your picks. What is it next? On the
Saturday
Wheel of
Night
Fortune?
Fever.
Yeah. So
A
Is our-
Travolta
Where did-
classic.
I must say, I put that. Of course, I think most people have watched it,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot that was on the list because it wouldn't be my go-to movie. My girlfriend is really excited to watch it again. Let's say that.
Wonderful.
She was like, oh, we're watching that. She was like, yes, because she's actually enjoying it because there's a lot of movies on, of course, on the list that she hasn't seen. She's not much of a movie buff than me. But yeah, Saturday Night Fever, I was like, I remember it, but I don't. I'm guessing there's going to be such. I forgot this because I remember not just the iconic bits, everybody remembers that, but I remember it being very integral, like intricate, like kind of really conflicting kind of things like that. So to watch it again is going to be great to me watching that kind of movie that I wouldn't pick. I wouldn't go Saturday Night Fever. Yes, we're doing disco. Let's do that. So
I
yeah,
think
it's good.
50 years from now, they're going to call Saturday Night Fever a period piece because it is a slice of
Yeah,
American
maybe.
life during not the whole 70s, but just one, really it's like a 5-year disco was like a 4 or 5-year thing.
Yeah,
And my dad, who, he loves his music and, we had a
and
wonderful
he's flares.
vinyl
Just saying, he
collection.
loves his flares.
The white shoes and the white belt. My dad had the thing.
I
you
just
know, that
imagine
was-
did he have a big tash as well? If he had a big tash, I'm gonna go
no, he didn't. But he had mutton chops. Everyone in my family had the mutton chops, but
Okay.
no mustache. But he also played this soundtrack to death when I was like little. Like before I could walk, I could probably sing all of these songs. So
okay. Okay, we're just gonna do a karaoke screen.
Now this was a big point for the Bee Gees. No, didn't this really make them a lot more popular over here in
it
America?
put
Or am I
them
misremembering that?
bigger on the map. It launched disco. I mean, disco was a thing, but it was the club scene. The disco scene was, and this film is really not to get too much, but this is as much as each of the characters are characters and the songs are characters, New York is a character in this film, right? When you talk about like, this is New York, the New York burbs, Brooklyn in the late 70s. So I'm excited. So Stasis, do we get to spin the wheel again, right? So I don't have to do too much research for Saturday Night Fever. There's no book.
There's no book.
Give it a little extra time.
Okay. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we've got, of course, next time is going to be Saturday Night Fever. But then just in case there's going to be a big book, because one thing, if there is one in there that we know is going to be a couple of a big book in there, and I know that. So if we get that, it'd be more than nearly 4 hours. But let's do this. Let's do the Wheel of Fortune. Let's just bring this. Let me just get it ready let me pull it up, and we will get this going. Okay, let's remember how to do this. That one. Okay. No, let's take a share. Cool. All right. Let's. Okay.
There's the wheel.
Okay, there's the wheel. So we're going to click it. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Here we go.
Chat, any guesses?
I'm thinking another Coen Brothers. Let's see.
It's going to be something random, isn't it?
What is it? I can't see.
Oh, okay. The Great Escape.
That's a good one.
A classic.
They're all good ones.
A Christmas classic. So there you go. The Great Escape after this. So we've gone from Coen Brothers, bit of things, to disco, to war. A war movie? Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be classed as a war movie.
It is a war movie.
This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting because there's a lot of history to this. And I'm going to see what the US say against the American, like the Brit. There you go, Sandy. If you wanted to research, This is a good one, isn't
Oh,
it?
it's a great one, because we
Yeah.
have the war piece of it. We have
Mm.
oh my gosh, the actors. Let's see. I'm just searching here. I know I'm going to lose internet any second. We are having a major storm right now. A major storm right now. So yeah, so what year? Let's see. 1963.
Yep.
Classed as a war adventure, and of course, it's the song. It's the song.
But I've not yet. I've not got Sir Alec Guinness yet. Not
Nope,
yet. I
but-
might put him in this time.
No, but we're gonna get Sir Richard.
Yes.
Sir Richard Attenborough. We're gonna get obviously Steve McQueen. Oh, this is
The
tremendous.
list will be going on. Okay, that's So oh my god, and that's how I love the wheel. I like the wheel because it's so random. Because we've got some black comedies, some thrillers, some sci-fi. It literally disco, of course. It's literally every genre, and there you go.
And,
So
and we're hitting so many different eras too. I think Miller's Crossing was 90s. This was that one we just did was 2008. This next one, I can't remember exactly when Saturday Night Fever came
It's got to
out.
be 70s, isn't it?
But yeah, what, late 70s, early 80s at latest. And
Had
now
to be like
60s for this one,
77, 77 or 70. The Great Escape was a book, so I've got to get to reading.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I've actually never seen this one, so I'm excited to watch it.
What?
What?
There's not a ton of movies dated in the 60s that I've seen. The 70s is as far back as I've gone for the most part. So,
oh my god,
this will be one
Chat,
that we
get
just
chat,
gotta get
chat.
I got more excited because you've never seen it.
I am too.
That's
Oh
the
my
beauty
gosh.
of it. You love sharing movies
This-
that other people haven't seen and getting their reaction.
This is a movie that is on every Christmas. Don't know why. It's a Christmas movie
It's
in the
not
UK.
on here. It's not a Christmas
Every
film here.
anybody in
never
the
even
UK
seen it
is
on
in
TV
chat
yet.
can guarantee this is if for some reason just lead up to Christmas, Great Escape's going to be on. It's like that. Like Boxing Day, it's going to be on. It's literally very random. It's like that, but it's I don't know. I'm guessing it's produced in the US, but it's very British. It's a very British movie. It's very that old school British kind of like things. You got Steve McQueen on it, but how it's drawn out. Oh my god, I'm gonna go into it. Stop. Yeah, but oh my god, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
And
I'm
then
really
the song. I can't hum it,
but just before we finish, just to let you know, Sandy, can you read out the poll?
Can I read out the poll? Hang on.
What was the thing?
Oh, who joined? Who's that one person that put it over the top?
Stasis voting on his altar.
That wasn't. I was doing that. I wish I did.
56
Anyway.
to 44%. It's a mobile, not a cell phone.
It makes sense. You mobile. You walk around. Cells are static.
Cellular.
Yeah.
Cellular
It makes
data.
perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense.
It's aluminium.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I
honestly, I don't say it, but I do think that's a way better way to say aluminum. I will agree there. Aluminium is way better.
There you go. We can have like a 4-hour discussion on that next time. But, yeah. But anyway, so next it's going to be Saturday Night Fever, followed by The Great Escape. So that's going to be absolutely brilliant.
Great
looking
variety.
forward to that. That's going to be. That's the worst thing. I'm going to rewatch it. But my God, that's got to be in like the teens I've watched. It has to be. So it's like that. But I like it because it's going to get to the point where that list, that Wheel of Fortune, and people will start to see what are coming up. So, but there's a lot there. So yeah. But it's all good. But yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to I like this because these are. There's not a movie on there. I'm like, oh, I don't really like that. I don't think so. That's good. But I'm glad that we've had what. Jay, you never watched Miller's Crossing as well.
Yeah, so 2 so far were ones that I've watched for the first time.
Yeah, there you go. So
I have seen Saturday Night Fever, but much like Stasis, it's been a long time. So I remember the key moments, a lot of the iconic stuff as well.
All the dancing.
But the kind of, I remember a lot of the
Do we have to do it?
So there's going to be quite a bit of, refreshment for me on this one. So I'm excited for that too.
But that's cool. Anyway,
I think
guys,
we could put a disco ball in the background or something. I'm sure there's some kind of what do you call it? A filter or A layer you can put over.
maybe I'll change the intro music to disco.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Just
There's
for
always
one-off,
room
that's
for a
it.
disco ball.
There is
Always.
always. Oh my god! I'll just have it here, like just
I know Abe
rotating
will
in
be
the
setting
background.
up. I know Abe
but-
will be pulling out the flares.
Oh,
yeah, damn right. But everybody, I hope you've enjoyed our No Country for Old Men. So there we go. So yeah, all recommendations so far. It's all good.
Yeah.
So we get on to the next one. But yeah, I hope everybody's enjoyed your Saturday afternoons, evenings, or whatever you're doing. It's been a great one. Sandy, you first before we sign off.
Thanks, everyone. I'm looking forward to the next one. Appreciate your time, Jay and Stasis. I learned something every time I chat with you guys. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah. Jay, what you
Jay,
got?
plug your channel. I've made a note. Jay, plug your channel.
I'll get this time.
Yes. So we are on. Let me just check now so I have it accurate. At last I checked, it was 496.
Ooh.
So yep, we're at 496 for Nerd Takes channel. So any subs, if you enjoy some of what you heard today, I do a lot of movie reviews, video game stuff, streaming video games, the whole lot of things, movie news, stuff like RDJ, being Doom, and all that. So ton of that kind of stuff. Plus, always hopping on streams with Stasis, Sandy, Tomby, Smoo, all the guys, Deal Breaker, everybody. So drop a sub if you're interested in any of that. In terms of my upcoming stuff, pretty loose, honestly. Trying to catch up with, or flexible maybe is the better way to put it. Trying to catch up on watch hours now because I was never expecting to be outpaced by sub count. So a lot of streams coming. I was planning on doing a Batman Arkham Knight stream today, but the concert going on at my neighbor's is a bit distracting right now, so I might push that off to tomorrow.
Go over to the concert.
We'll see. Yeah, I might see if I can go crack a beer over there too and have some fun. So we'll see. But yeah, always stuff coming. I think the next podcast type thing you'll see me on will be the Wednesday Chinwag over on Tomby's channel. But yeah, just drop a sub and hit that bell, and you'll see some things from Nerd Takes. And thanks again, guys. This is so much fun. I'm so glad we started doing this.
Yeah, this is it's getting like memory light as well. It's not like it's like, ooh, I like it. But yeah, for myself, I'm actually busy going to weddings.
Oh,
like
that's right.
I think that's why the thing stays on. Nothing to do with me. I'm not getting married, people. Calm down. Ladies, calm down. Calm down, ladies.
Don't everybody jump at once.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hopping on a plane when that's happening.
But yeah, I've got to go to, it's Monday, but I've got to travel tomorrow. That's why this is Saturday. But then I've got another one as well. Not me again, but a couple of things going on. So I'm going to jump in. And as always, it will be like 20 minutes, all free time. I'm going to jump in doing something. I need to do some more pre-recorded, guys. I know, I'm sorry. That's it, but that will happen. They seem to be working well for my channel. But yeah, it's always a bit of fun. I just like having a chat and like joining with the chat, having a chat with you guys, like Chinwag having a bit of fun at the moment. But yeah, the chat's always been amazing, jumping in and out. I know everybody's busy. If you're tiny channel, we love you and we appreciate when you just come in to say hello, and that's it. But apart from that, just keep listening. I'm loving this. I'm loving Film Club, but I hope everybody else is loving it as well. It seems to be getting a little bit of traction. So yeah, until the next time, I'm going to say goodbye. Yeah,
bye.
that's it.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.